We're taking the land which is rightfully ours. Years from now, my people will be forced to live in mobile homes on reservations. Your people will wear cardigans and drink highballs. We will sell our bracelets by the roadside. You will play golf and enjoy hot hors d'oeuvres. My people will have pain and degradation. Your people will have stick shifts. The gods of my tribe have spoken. They have said, do not trust the pilgrims. And for all these reasons, I've decided to stomp you and burn your village to the ground.
Indians today by the film industry, excuse me, and on television in movie reruns, and also with recent happenings at Wounded Knee.
We're taking the land which is rightfully ours. Years from now, my people will be forced to live in mobile homes on reservations. Your people will wear cardigans and drink highballs. We will sell our bracelets by the roadsides. You will play golf and enjoy hot hors d'oeuvres. My people will have pain and degradation. Your people will have stick shifts. The gods of my tribe have spoken. They have said, do not trust the pilgrims. And for all these reasons, I've decided to stomp you and burn your village to the ground.
Everything's being ruined. They don't care about people living on that land.
Well, a religious disaster, it's something, it's like genocide is one thing for Indian people, so.
Hundreds of Indigenous women murdered or missing in Canada. A haunting national disgrace with no solution in sight.
How long has there been no water where you live?
For years. And all the springs, the spring water, they're dried out.
Sometimes they have to kill us. They have to kill us. Because they can't break our spirit.
What would you say to people who are thinking about coming out here to help, but they're on the fence about it?
Tell them to come. Fight your warrior spirit and get here.
One family. If we don't stand, who will? On earth. The wind comes in four corners, four directions, four colors. And death rides on four horsemen. A black snake with some black tanks. How much money do these companies need to make? They could drop their product, but they wanna save a buck. Already extracted billions, when is enough? I used to be in the oil fields, getting paid, but I quit, cause oil water I can't drink. Look down and see Kamimi La die in the mud. I looked up and told myself that enough's enough. Money does not own my soul, living comfortable. It's not in my plans, my hands in the sand. Some things were more than gold. Some things they can't be sold. Some things can't be replaced. She is your mother, the fresh water is her veins. What is going on? Have we all lost our minds? Every human needs clean water to survive.
We're sorry, your call cannot be called.
Another profound insight I had on this trip is that the earth is our mother. And Brian, that was something I knew intellectually. It was some hippie concept I'd been exposed to many times. Oh man, the earth is your mother, man, you know. But the earth is our mother. It is literally, the earth is our mother, and we are absolutely destroying her. She asked for nothing from us, and we are just abusing and wrecking her. And that became so clear to me, and I understand that so much now.
Will that change the way you do things?
Yes, it will definitely change the way I do things a lot.
Is the strongest, this path is the hardest. But if we were strong enough to do it, we wouldn't see it. Our prayers would not be needed. This movement's very needed. Indigenous wisdom unheeded and sacred things depleted. I'm Mexicano, Malacota, and I'm white too. I'm mixed with everyone, so part of me's just like you. Every group of human beings shares the same stars. And if the earth is not your mother, are you from Mars? Since 1492, 500 years and counting. Surviving the genocide they call colonizing my turtle island. What is a fossil fuel? Continued destruction, nothing new. Live in a system, taking our children, shipping the feelings till nothing's true. I had that money in front of me, but I left it. Cause oil money's dirty if my mother gets disrespected. We're disconnected, these times are hectic and feeling heavy. But still we love all living beings and suffer for the many. We are peaceful people, that's why we walk with prayer. And if that wasn't true, we wouldn't be standing here. We're peaceful people who walk with prayer. Turtle Island, have no fear. Despite what they show in the media, we're kind people, hold your ground. Change is coming now.
And we don't have to compete with anyone anymore because a rising tide raises all ships, right? I mean, it's not about me, it's about everybody.
Coming up here today, I have no hidden agenda. I am fighting for my future. Losing my future is not like losing an election or a few points on the stock market. I am here to speak for all generations to come.
I woke up in a state today. Radioactive clouds said it this way, and the rain that's falling the people on the news say it's not so bad. They say it won't affect you, then they add in fact a little radiation here and there is actually good for you.
Actually good for you in reduced cases.
What a crock of shit, what a bunch of liars. They don't even care how many millions will die, cause they're part of the machine, telling us to buy into whatever it is that they decide will be better for the masses, best for the regime. Plague on the loose, you better get your vaccine. Better wisen up to that deceitful means. Can't you see they're killing us with their chemical sprays and aspartame, with the Terminator seeds from the war machine, with the modified food we be eating all day. Can't you see it's killing us? Have you ever had toxins seeping through your pores, or heard of such a thing as a silent forest? How come the same people that made Agent Orange are growing our corn? It doesn't make any sense until you get this. They sell the food that is making us sick, and when we get sick, the very same people are selling us the medicine. It's a military, industrial / pharmaceutical and agricultural global complex that is taking control because we are letting them. You better wisen up to the deceitful means. Can't you see they're killing us with their chemical sprays and aspartame, with the Terminator seeds from the war machine, with the modified food we be eating all day. Can't you see it's killing us? There goes another earthquake disaster abroad. Meanwhile, no one wants to talk about heart. Men disguise weapons as acts of God, and so they get away with it. Cause nobody wanna say that maybe, just maybe, what happened here and what happened in Haiti was actually caused by something man-made, and these men getting away with it. You better wisen up to the deceitful means. Can't you see they're killing us with their chemical sprays and aspartame, with the Terminator seeds from the war machine, with the modified food we be eating all day. Can't you see it's killing us?
You don't know how to bring back an animal now extinct, and you can't bring back the forest that once grew where there is now a desert. If you don't know how to fix it, please stop breaking it. Here, you may be delegates of your government, business people, organizers, reporters, or politicians, but really, your mothers and fathers, sisters and brothers, aunts and uncles, and all of you are someone's child.
Greetings, dissidents of the world, we are the resistance. If you are reading this message, if you are watching this video, or listening to our transmissions, then you are the final resistance. We have been heavily involved in the operations against the DAPL pipeline since the summer. Many of you have been following our operation under the tag Operation Black Snake. We have worked with activists from all around the nation to aid in the forming of movements and convoys to Standing Rock. We have been able to steadily keep ANONs on the ground in Standing Rock for the majority of the fall, both from within our direct network, and close affiliates. Over the last 72 hours we have heard quite a few disturbing reports coming from North Dakota. There have been numerous attacks on the peaceful water protectors over this time period. The law enforcement officers gathered at Standing Rock to counter the water protection efforts are increasing both the severity and frequency of their violent assaults on the protectors. This is mostly due to the fact that they are approaching their last stand. As the budgets are running thin, the pressure to crush this movement increases. This is why we need your help now more than ever. These officers are engaging in nothing short of chemical warfare on the protectors. We have seen them pin down activists on a bridge and assault them with high-grade tear gas, rubber bullets, and concussion grenades. They are using water cannons filled with water mixed with tear gas, spraying protectors in temperatures of 15 degrees Fahrenheit. There are even reports of crop dusting planes being used to spray chemical agents on the encampment. An officer has taken a shot with live ammunition at a teenage protector. Details of which can be found in our news article linked below. If you took away the who and the where from the situation, one would believe this to be a scene of the current war brewing in Syria. Morton County Sheriff's Department, and North Dakota State Troopers, you have put yourself at the forefront of this treasonous act. Law enforcement from surrounding counties and states, you have already also found yourself in the crosshairs of activists around the globe. Go home. Do this before it is too late. To the Army Corps of Engineers and the National Guard, you have had plenty of time to stop this, and have chosen to stand against the people as well. All of your crimes against humanity have been duly noted, and you can rest assured that you will answer for your crimes in your due time. If you are watching this video, however, it would be wise for you to leave Standing Rock and any actions regarding the pipeline immediately, as things can only get worse from here. You have been warned. To the people of the world, the crimes committed on this sacred lands are more than apparent, but if you can still convince yourself that you've seen nothing, if the crimes of this government and the corporations it answers to, somehow still remain unknown to you, then I would suggest that you allow this call to pass unheeded, and return to your comfortable lives. But if you see what I see, if you feel as I feel, and if you would seek as I seek, then I ask you to stand beside me, today, tomorrow, as soon as you can get to Standing Rock, and together we shall give them a resistance that shall never, ever be forgotten.
Protecting the land which is rightfully ours. Years from now, my people will be forced to live in mobile homes on reservations. Your people will wear cardigans and drink highballs. We will sell our bracelets by the roadsides. You will play golf and enjoy hot hors d'oeuvres. My people will have pain and degradation. Your people will have stick shifts. The gods of my tribe have spoken. They have said, do not trust the pilgrims. And for all these reasons, I've decided to stop you and burn your village to the ground.
There are many networks and means available to get you to Standing Rock, at little or no cost to you. There are hundreds of rideshare networks. We currently have another convoy of Anons making moves to mobilize now. Once you arrive at Standing Rock, you will be cared for. Donations, both monetarily and physical goods, are pouring in from around the world. This camp is prepared to stay and fight the long fight, and to survive the hard winter to come. All you need is the will to come and stand. We are in a final push. The law enforcement budget is running very thin. Approval for another budget is not looking good. We can win this. We just need this last bit of support. We have cost the pipeline over $100 million of their $4.6 billion budget. This is a very crucial moment, not just in the fight against this pipeline, but in the fight for clean energy and against resource extraction everywhere. Winning this fight will be the biggest turning point in the fight for clean energy and climate change, not only in America but worldwide. If you cannot come to Standing Rock, please do what you can at home. Shut down other pipelines. There are plenty of other points to stop work at along this 1,172-mile, 30-inch diameter pipeline, places they are not prepared to deal with large movements at. Rally and march around targets related to this pipeline. Hold demonstrations and picket the gas stations involved, to educate the people about what's going on. Make donations to the camps, links can be found in the section below. We are winning this fight. The time is now. We are anonymous. We are the resistance. We do not forgive. We do not forget. Respect existence, or expect resistance.
What would you say to people who are thinking about coming out here to help, but they're on the fence about it?
Tell them to come. Fight your warrior spirit and get here.
This is an international call out to the world. We are asking everybody worldwide to do whatever you can do. And what needs to be done is you need to go to the streets. And you need to protest. You need to do whatever you can to help us, to protect us. Take action where you are. Take railroads. Take bridges. Do it. Take strong hearts. Anybody who's fighting resource extraction, have a strong heart. And do it. Stand up for your rights. They cannot stop us all. Worldwide, this is your call. Resistance, warriors. They're harming your territory. Stop them.
The wind comes in four corners, four directions, four colors. And death rides on four horsemen. A black snake with some black tanks. How much money do these companies need to make?
I hereby declare this to be an unlawful assembly. I order all those assembled to immediately disperse. You may be arrested and or subject to other police. The use of riot control agents which could cause risk of injury to those who remain.
Alright guys, we are live, and this is episode 7 of Anonymous Bites Back. We are here to talk tonight about everything going on in Standing Rock and everything revolving around the resource wars, with other movements like the Sable Trail Pipeline, the Bayou Bridge Pipeline, and all the police over-aggression associated with it that, in my book, amounts to terrorism.
Yeah, so today they were given an eviction notice.
Well, they got the eviction notice a few days ago.
Oh yeah. Today they were enforcing it. Did we lose the feed?
No, I'm trying to get the video to pop. There we go. All right.
Eviction notice.
Yeah, so it was the Army Corps of Engineers that issued the eviction notice. They were the one that did it. I guess that was back in November, December. They sent them one for the same camp. But what ended up happening today is they kind of came out and put their police line together, and they, stood, a line of protesters, a line of police. The police ended up charging into the crowd and arrested, I don't know, maybe like 4 or 5 people, from what it sounds like. And that was kind of really it. They're really trying to, I guess, convince as many people to mandatorily leave the camp, or voluntarily leave the camp, instead of actually having to violently enforce the eviction. But it ended with the cops pretty much standing down at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's what Arnon is saying right now. He said, send reinforcements. We have pushed them back. We cannot hold out forever. We are dedicated to the stronger few. He's out there right now.
How many are there?
I don't know.
Left at this camp, man, it really looked like there were 30 or 40 people left.
I also saw them. Did you see that video that I tagged you in where they trying to get people in and out of the camps?
Who was streaming it?
Bank Exits Live.
Yeah, I had his stream going the whole time. I followed him for like 7-8 hours today.
I think we should get a name of every single person there and the number, exactly how many people, and their exact, or not maybe their full names, but maybe their nicknames, or something to want. We should know. They're going to be. We should know who they are. Who's standing and who's leaving.
I definitely agree. There should be someone should know who to account for when everything ends.
When I was that live stream that I was seeing, it looked like a lot of chaos going on there. But when that stuff's going down, that's kind of what happens.
Most definitely.
I also want to see who stands and who flees.
There were some guys. There was a lot of talk on that feed about people who were going to leave and who was going to go, and that there was some people were saying their last goodbyes.
Well, some people have family, I guess. Maybe the harsh conditions that children shouldn't be out there.
No, I don't think there is any kids out there.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to bring your kids out there. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I wouldn't bring my kid out there. Those police are very violent. A lot of them are pretty angry at this point and are taking any opportunity to lash out at anyone they can possibly get.
Okay, so 4 hours ago, a guy who's there is saying they were moving the camp. That must have been what that was about.
Yes, so the Sacred Stone Camp, and then there's another one, I can't remember the name of it, is still open on private land, and at this point in time, they're not going to be fucking with it.
Yeah, he was also saying earlier today at Flames, he's saying that, I wonder if they took it down.
I saw it. They were burning it.
They were burning stuff.
Well, yeah, they were, setting a lot of their tents and stuff on fire, a lot of the teepees and shelters as a ceremonial process of, vacating the grounds, by Indian customs.
Oh, I must have misread it. I was under the impression that the police were doing it.
Oh, okay. Well, I know the mainstream media did put out some articles, basically spinning it their way. Oh, the protesters are going crazy and they're setting everything on fire, trying to paint it as a riot.
Yeah, he was also saying that, I remember seeing this, he was trying to do some drone footage, saying that the live feeds were getting cut.
Yeah, it seemed like it was really iffy, man. A lot of people couldn't stay up for more than 15 minutes at a time. And maybe 3 people that were getting any kind of streams out with extended length. And these were kind of more the people, and that a lot of it is just bad cell signal. Because, a lot of these other streamers that have been there since, August, September, throughout the fall and stuff, they kind of know where to go now to get cell service. If you walk this road, you're good. But once you get past, this foot here, you're going to lose service immediately.
Yeah, he was telling me that they got boosters out there, but because they had the IMI catchers out there.
I'm sure they do.
But there are drones with hard drives, so we don't need a stream. We don't need a signal.
Well, yeah, but the real point is they're wanting to get it out live as possible, to as many people before the mainstream media can distort whatever's happening.
Yeah, he was saying also, I remember it was either you or somebody had contacted me today. It said a lot of the stuff in the news, it's all news crew.
Well, they've got news.
They got NBC's out there right now.
Like mainstream media, and they've got all these credentialed media that they're pretty much allowing to be wherever they want to be and get whatever footage and whatnot of, whatever, and pretty much have free run. But anyone that doesn't have these state issued media credentials, they're treating just like they're a protester. They're a protester in their eyes.
I remember when this shit started out. Like, where was the mainstream media when all of this shit started?
Doing their job, which was ignoring it.
Yeah.
We should have a guy out there representing people's media.
Oh, we do. There's a couple of guys out there. Unicorn Riot's out there. They're out there a lot.
Yeah, Revolution Z. He was targeted and shot at by the cops today. They literally pointed him out. Said his full government, and then somebody pointed to him, and within a couple seconds, 3 or 4 officers were firing rubber bullets at him. He took off running and dove in somebody's car, and it was shit. They were after me specifically.
So how do you get a press pass? How does one get a press pass?
You got to be one of them.
Well,
yeah, we know a guy who can. I actually know 2 people who can guide you in the right direction. Actually, I don't know the exact process.
Well, we obviously need one, or they're going to keep shooting rubber bullets at us. You need to find out how to do that. That's important, I think.
I think that, I'm not even sure if Unicorn Riot even does. They were just a couple of guys with a website and wasn't it, they were broadcasting off of a cell phone for a while?
Oh yeah, they were very low budget.
Yeah, I remember seeing when they actually had the standoff at the Wells Fargo in where was it? And they were the only one covering this. Where there was 5 guys blocking off Wells Fargo, and the only people that were doing a feed from right there was Unicorn Riot, and that was in directly relation to the DAPL.
I seen it. There's press cards, $59, $49 for a 3-year enrollment for a USA press card.
What?
Yep. USA and international cards.
See, that's not what you need though. You need these special credentials for different stuff. I went to Disrupt J20. I would have, to get anywhere near anything or to be treated with journalist immunity or whatever, don't arrest me, I'm a journalist, or don't pepper spray me, I'm a journalist. I would need the special press pass for that time period, that event, everything that's going on with that. I couldn't just show up with that card in my wallet and whip that out. They'd be not good enough, homie, sorry. And same thing at Standing Rock. To be behind the police lines, getting the shots of all that, which is what they want because they're directing them on what to do so they can, paint the police in the best light possible. But, those are issued by the state of North Dakota, and they're only handing them out to people like ABC, NBC, CNN, Fox, anyone that works for the corporate mainstream media can get one of those, but not somebody like us. They won't hand them out to people like us.
See, this is a major issue. This press office and their power. What do you think?
Indeed it is. It allows them to exert that further level of control over
we can't even report on the facts.
Media.
That's basic constitution. Report the facts to the people. I mean, that's basic right there is.
There's been a spike in independent media sources ever since I've been watching it. Ever since people just they don't have the right credentials and they want to start reporting. Ever since the whole Trump announcing that he wants to become president.
Okay. Well, it's even been before that. I'd say probably since about 2013, 2012, that area, really hardcore, what they're calling citizen journalism, which, that to me, that's kind of a degrading term. You're just your average Joe giving your opinion on something that you don't know what it's about. Is kind of what that suggests. But
if it wasn't for people like us, going out there and doing it, then you wouldn't get a different news source. You wouldn't get whatever they're filtering out that they don't want you to know.
Definitely not.
A journalist union there is that you can join. You can become a member. and it protects and helps freelance journalists, such as ourselves, and acquiring press passes. So, you know, maybe running a journalist union. You have to convince. Basically, this is what it's saying is you have to convince them. They don't have to give you. They don't have to give it to you. There's a certain. You got a list there. You got a list. It's on the list. You can't take pictures of the facts. All right.
Guys.
Yes.
No, the other guys are in here.
Oh, right, yeah. Say hi, at least.
Say hi.
Oh, hi. Sorry.
Where did you do this? The fucking BIA. Department of Interior.
So, so the press office. There's a press office. Is it national office or is it a state? Is it a state-run thing or is it a federal thing?
I couldn't tell you. I don't know anything about that.
We'll find out. The press office. This is a very powerful entity, and it gets to decide what we get to take pictures of, I guess.
Well, nobody can tell me what I can take pictures of. I'll tell you that.
You shoot rubber bullets at us when we take a picture. For every picture, you get 3 bullets. 2 in the gut and 1 in the chest.
I don't know. This new camera I'm about to buy can shoot pictures really fast. I think I can get about 30, 40 pictures off before they can get a single rubber bullet.
Oh, one of those, yeah, I know what kind of camera you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm looking at one of the big beastly SLR cameras. You can like hold the button and it's just like
a DVR or a memory card.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's what a lot of these guys out there are live streaming off of, with, you know, different attachments that they can hook up to the cameras, and, you know, all these people doing YouTube shows and all these people, you know, sending videos back from the field that are really nice quality shit. That's what they're using, and that's been a game changer in, you know, people like us being able to do serious journalism work. Because I'll tell you, somebody's going to watch the high quality video of the exact same thing going down than the shit people are putting on YouTube in, you know, 380p.
It's almost something to be said for that kind of video. It's more raw, it looks more real. It seems more. But there's we must document the facts in the, I think, the highest definition possible. Don't you think?
Well, that really helps. Like, you know, that can be a game changer in identifying a police officer that does something extremely out of line. If you can see his face, or you can get his, if you can zoom in on his badge number from across the street, like, you're doing good.
Actually, I had an idea for a project that I was told it was a little impossible, and that was putting together a database of all police officers that exist. We get facial recognition and all information about them, and we can collect complaints about specific officers and file it under our jackets with a public-based access for anybody with an app that we create.
So you would point your phone at the cop, and it would give you his whole history of how many complaints he had on him and everything.
Yeah. Like we can get everything about him. That's great, because we can all be personally accountable for what they have done.
Hell yeah. Why they can pull up our record? Why can't we pull up theirs?
Exactly. Hey, I agree with that.
Yeah.
You know, their professional record should be public knowledge, correct?
So check this shit out. This is kind of related to an incident I had saw at Standing Rock, and this was another live stream. I'm not sure if it got a lot of attention, but I definitely saw it. So there were these people, and they were walking back to camp, and you can see on the road that there's 2 gas cans, and they're walking away from the officers. They're not doing anything wrong. I do not believe that the person who was showing the footage had done any malicious stuff. Okay, they're walking away from the officers, and I see one of the officers get out of a metal baton, start beating the shit out of this fucking lady, and you can hear her screaming in agony. I don't know.
This was today?
This was like 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say I missed that today. I thought I caught about everything.
No.
Okay, yeah. See, I mean that's fucked up. I mean, there's people out there that have lost their eye. There's people out there that have lost limbs.
They almost lost that one chick almost lost her arm because they were doing
that one chick did lose her arm, dude.
I thought that they reattached her to surgery, and she's doing fine because they had a GoFundMe. And
I didn't hear about that. Last I heard, they were saying they were amputating the arm. They had to get rid of it because it was blown to shit.
No, I saw the GoFundMe on her. They were gonna raise about
well past the deadline for
$250,000 to get her surgery
for the rain.
And
that's good.
And I think she has her arm. I'm not sure if it's fully functional yet, though. But still, that's you know, I was even talking to another activist, and I was like saying that these things that they're using the flashbangs, they're not even fucking safe. They have the tendency to malfunction, and then you get shit with shrapnel, fucking ripping off limbs and shit, and that's exactly what happened.
I was here with one the other day. We had a and I was right next to one, and it was, man, and everybody scattered like roaches. It was very loud and very disorienting, and everyone was terrified.
Oh yeah, I was in close proximity to a lot of those in DC. They're pretty fucking intense. Like, they've definitely upgraded the flashbangs that compared to what they used to use maybe like 10 years ago or so. These things feel like a fucking bomb going off. Like, you can feel the ground shake. Like, it'll shake a solid street 50, 60 feet away, and you can still feel the street like rumble beneath your feet.
Oh, I think that they're using standard issue gunpowder in those things, or some sort of other detonation device. But lo and behold, this thing is about the size of your fucking fist, loaded with explosives. Something's gonna go wrong,
Well, they should be held accountable, I believe. All the police there should be held accountable. So the HD camera is a necessity. We have to be able to zoom in on their face and their badge or some kind of identifying mark, so that each one of these guys is held accountable for everything that's happening there.
Oh yeah,
we do not forget.
Yeah, I mean, especially with these officers shooting. What are they shooting with 39mm? These rubber bullets, aimlessly at people who aren't even doing anything. It's like, dude, really? And not only that, you think you got a shell that weighs about, maybe a pound or two, and it's fully rubber. But if you hit somebody in the right fucking place, it's gonna cause death.
Look, the cops really don't give a shit about the lives or what they're doing. They just want to pull the fucking trigger. It doesn't matter what's coming out.
Yeah.
I just came back from a candlelight vigil, as a matter of fact. That's why I was late. There was a guy, a 63-year-old veteran, who was asleep, and the police were no-knock raiding without a warrant. They came in, they knocked on his door. He didn't answer because he was asleep. They kicked in his door. Him half asleep. He shot at the officers. One officer got shot. They executed him, of course, because they shot, but they never even announced themselves. They didn't have a warrant or anything.
And they should be held accountable.
And this just happened, I swear to you, this happened last night, actually. This happened last night, like 6 blocks from where I'm at right now.
He was asleep, for sure.
Yeah. And then those cops, they left the scene open for pedestrian.
How do we know he was asleep?
Evidence and everything else. Like, they left. So the scene that they were investigating afterwards, the fucking cops who came to do the investigating, were investigating a contaminated crime scene. So nothing can actually be verified that was actually there or hid or why they were there, because they left it open for the scene to be contaminated.
How do we know he was asleep?
His brother, who lived in the house next door to him, They went in and went to sleep a few hours earlier, and his brother, like I talked to his brother tonight.
Falls asleep.
Yeah, his brother saw him go in and go to bed.
And I think the one thing that really grabs me, the whole thing about the density procedure.
And it looks like we got a new caller.
What up? What up?
Hello?
The fifth column?
That's Justin King that runs the news outlet, The Fifth Column. Honestly, that's probably one of my standard go-tos these days. These guys are hardcore about the truth. Can you hear us, Justin?
Because we can't hear you.
Definitely not.
Find this evil press office. I cannot find it.
Yeah, I do not care much for Google Hangouts, if I was to be completely honest.
Well, you know what's going on. What's going on in Standing Rock is proving a point. We need to fight back just as hard as they are.
There we go.
Well, I'm going to draw a comparison to other protests that have happened. If you look at what happened in Oregon, where there was armed protesters, regardless of why they were there, you had armed protesters who were left the fuck alone. Where if you look at Standing Rock and you have peaceful protesters who are getting assaulted and abused, are they encouraged us to show up to these things armed?
Eventually, they will be.
I think everybody should be, anyways. But if you look at how they treat all activists in all protests, and you look at it objectively, all the armed protests get left the fuck alone.
Yes, they do.
I'm on North Dakota's official site. Office. Maybe we can convince the governor to give us a press pass.
Wasn't the governor there today? At least that's what I was hearing on some of the live streams.
Any of you still got his docs laying around?
What?
Anybody still got his docs laying around somewhere?
Who's that?
Doug Burgum.
The governor of North Dakota? I'm sure I could pull that up in about 2 seconds.
Yeah, I got it posted everywhere when Standing Rock first became big. We also got that mark that pulled the assault rifle on the protesters. We got his docs attached to that, along with his Facebook and everything else. That around. Anybody know what happened to that guy?
Yeah, he didn't get charged. I know that.
But did he just disappear, or what?
I don't know. Honestly, I'm pretty sure he's still out there somewhere.
But no confirmation?
No, I have no idea. I haven't heard any news about him at all.
So what would consist of a valid news outlet?
Valid news outlet?
Yes. Can we claim?
All right. For a valid news outlet for me, I look at all outlets, honestly, and then I just try to subtract their agenda, the agenda they're pushing, and only look at the facts that they're trying to put out there to push their agenda. And then you can take those facts and combine them with their alternative opposing media source and take their agenda's facts, and somewhere in there you can find the truth. You can't really find the truth right now without combining all of the facts of all of the media sources that are out there and subtracting their own personal agendas. There's a live streamer that was in Ferguson called Revolutionary Z.
Yeah, he was one of the people that was streaming and standing around.
Right, I love Web. He said there's no such thing as unbiased journalism. Everybody's there specifically looking for a specific story to push. There's no such thing as unbiased journalism anymore. It doesn't exist. And to some degree, it never really did. and I can't really argue with it.
That's why we exist.
I mean, I'm not going to deny that we don't have an agenda either. Like, our agenda is fuck the system.
Yeah, our agenda is to spark the revolution.
So like, our job is to be just as accurate as our opposition, but painted in the light. Just like they call it arrest, we call it kidnapping. Both mean the same thing.
They call it policing, we call it terrorism.
Exactly.
They both lead to the same action. It wouldn't be the same thing, or there wouldn't be different words for them. But they both lead to the same action, which is people getting taken away from their families.
And can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, I can hear you now.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got you.
I cannot find the North Dakota on the northdakota.gov. There is no press release agency in the agency index. There is no press release agency. So just keep me updated. Okay. I would like to know the process of how we can take pictures without getting shot. You know?
Duck.
Very quickly.
Really
very quickly. Shoot and move. Shoot and move.
Shoot and move. On a weave.
I don't know. I think we had to be careful about giving them the ability to say who is and who is not a journalist. I mean, there are a whole bunch of outlets I don't like being around me when I'm out there. But if we give the government the ability to say you're a journalist and you're not, eventually none of us will be.
Well, none of us are.
Technically, all of us are. I mean, realistically, if you're talking about the truth and current events, then at that specific moment, you're a journalist.
Yes.
Right.
If you're first there on the scene, you're putting out that tweet, you're putting out that post, you're putting out that live stream, you are the journalist.
If you're stating unbiased facts and recording them for the for documentation to pass along to your fellow brother, then you are a journalist.
When they pulled this in Baltimore, where they said, only people with press passes will be allowed to photograph and blah, 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 blah. So we just made press passes for anybody that wanted one. Eventually they'll catch on to that.
It's still easy to do.
Yeah. I mean, we had, basically, they glued their own picture on it. They could get it off the website, and it rang to my cell phone, and I verified them.
So, yeah, why not fight back? They're playing dirty. Why can't we?
We should.
We need to. We have no other choice. They've left us no choice. They won't give us a pass. What are we supposed to do? We want to know. We want to know the facts.
And again, you can use, if you have people that want to go, you can always use Pontiac Tribune. We issue passes from there pretty regularly.
The problem is there's a list that they have, and if you're not on the list, you get shot. And they pretty much know everyone that's on the list because they kind of buddy with them, They kind of meet them and everything, and so they know who's who.
If that's the case, if they're saying that they're only allowing certain outlets to cover it,
yes,
go there with one of our press passes, get arrested, and cash a check.
All right.
I mean, that's a civil rights lawsuit waiting to happen.
Exactly.
Or you just be like me, just go wherever you need to go and just start streaming. So you get caught.
Yeah.
Just be bold. Make an anonymous press pass.
There's the paper with the question mark in the,
Let them hate you even more.
Normally, I go one of two ways. Either I go no press ID whatsoever, or I go press pass to me from every outlet I've ever worked for, my vest, big sign that says prep.
Yeah.
It depends on the department you're working with, or depending on the case.
Guerrilla press, guerrilla journalism. That was that movie. Yeah, Gonzo journalism. Okay.
Oh, what's his name? Hunter S. Thompson.
Yes, sir.
Oh god, that guy was a trip.
So yeah, I believe this is a central issue to keep holding the police accountable. So keeping those people safe relies on us getting out there with either a press pass or, like you say, Gonzo journalism. But us being out there, we are protecting the people by putting maybe a little bit of doubt in their mind before they swing that stick. They may be being recorded by an anonymous.
Plus, if we create the app so that we can get the facial recognition off of them, or we can just type in their name and badge number, that'll be helpful.
I remember there was this app not too long ago, and it was floating around. I don't even know what happened to it. And basically, when you open up the app and you start streaming from your phone, it goes to a website where thousands of people can see what you're seeing. I think it was called like Ustream or something like that.
Yeah. Ustream sets up its own thing, and you stream using Ustream basically. It's its own thing, and that like it was instrumental for pretty much every streamer in person that I knew. Like they were all just using Ustream. And then the ACLU had an app out that any video that you had, if you push the button real quick, like the police are going to take your phone, it immediately sends it to them so they can deal with, the harassment or whatever. But as far as taking it to the next step, being able to instantly identify officers means that they're going to realize that they are going to be held accountable regardless of whether or not they're wearing a badge. And I think it's time to make there's that saying, make racists afraid again. Police training makes you a racist.
Yeah.
So,
well, the police are supposed to be working for the people. If they're working for the people, we should be able to identify them in a database.
No, the police are there to enforce laws. That's the ruling.
Huh?
The ruling is not to protect and serve. The ruling is they're supposed to enforce laws. And if that's
I read about
then
that.
they're your enemy. If that's the case, they're our enemy. The laws are specifically designed to oppress us and keep us down. So if the police are supposed to enforce them, the police are your enemy. Don't talk to cops. Film the cops.
I know. I told you about that incident yesterday. I couldn't even avoid that. I had to talk to the cops.
I don't know nothing. I didn't see nothing. Please let me go.
Dude, I fucking walked down the street and there are 2 cars on fire with their fucking windows bashed in.
You're like, I didn't notice.
I was curious. I wanted to roast marshmallows.
I was just worried about the fucking houses catching on fire before the fuel tanks exploded.
Right. Well, they don't believe in community helping community anymore. You can't go out and just try to help solve a situation without coming under scrutiny. And are you trained to do this? Are you a professional? No, I'm just fucking helping.
Yeah, but they won't solve a situation for you. I mean, example, I was with some friends in New Orleans for one of the guys' birthdays, and we were all in his mom's car, and the car got stolen, and it took I think 3 or 4 days to get the police report filed before they would even start looking for it.
What the fuck?
Sounds about right, honestly.
Took me 4 months. I'm still fighting with the insurance company for a stolen car. But that's a whole other story. I think we can focus on this Standing Rock issue. I believe that if we get involved in the connectivity in the area. So if we had let's say we had a disruptor of our own, something that would say when we're in the area taking pictures, everything works fine. All their electronics work, everything's working, everybody's happy. But when they tell us to leave, we leave and all their stuff stops working. And then when we come back and we start taking pictures again, all their stuff starts working again. And they're like, oh,
I think you're referring to the IMI catchers that they're using out there. You know, I think at one point that they were using those, and you know, our guy out there is saying that they have signal boosters. He had his drone out today. I can see the video, but I can't play it on this device. So he was covering the standoff in the air. And he managed to get a video up.
Good. Yeah, but we need to control the airways there. I mean, say we can't do that. It's ridiculous.
I'm actually kind of worried because he hasn't gotten on the chats, but I think he's okay. I still see him posting.
What about satellite connection?
Let me see. What was he talking about? So the way he's connecting he's connecting to his boosters, whatever his connection is out there, I'm not sure.
If satellite connection is expensive, but a direct satellite link, is possible. They have those, so that.
Well, I think one thing that we need is making sure that everybody there, okay, journalist or not, is filming. Because even if it's not a journalist that captures it, even if it's 3 hours later, we can take that footage and we can still use it.
Yes. So we should have an uplink. There should be an uplink station. Somebody that does that. Yeah.
Anytime, if that ever happens and somebody's got a video, they can send it to editor5thcolumn@gmail.com. We'll get it out and we'll give it to everybody else. That's fine. There's an easy way to email it out, even if it's a day later, 2 days later. We're so fixated on getting everything live that we realize we lose a lot of the information that way, or a lot of the audience anyway.
Well, that's what I was stating earlier regarding the hard drives on the little drones or whatever. At least we get the footage, and the more drones they see in the air, the more paranoid they'll be about using violence against these people. I think.
Oh yeah, we have caught the officers at drones.
Oh yeah,
there's been a dispute about that because the FAA says that if an object is in flight, which these things have to be registered, I think with the FAA when these things, so these things are registered devices, and we have caught officers shooting at the drones, which is actually
super illegal.
But then again, here's the double catch. Okay, I think that where they were flying on one of these videos that they were catching, that they were not supposed to be there, but they also violated the FAA law.
How?
You still can't be shooting, regardless of whether or not it's flying over an area where it's not supposed to be. You still can't shoot down an object in flight.
Yeah, the cops that shot down the drone out there, I think they got charged with a felony.
Oh,
I hope so.
Excellent. Well, there goes that. So yeah, but multiple drones. They don't even have to be recording. They could just be like fake drones, But they'll think they're recording. You see?
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
That's a really good idea.
Thank you.
You can run them all over the place and have them chasing these drones that aren't doing anything.
Just cheap little drones, $100. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You buy 10 of those. You get 10 of those flying around like little gnats. And be like, oh God, Jesus, they're getting every angle.
That's actually a really, really good idea.
Thank you.
Be like that South Park episode where the drones take over the town.
But yeah, the more activity up there, the more activity they see up there, the less they're likely to do anything that they could be held accountable for. Cops especially are paranoid cameras, I think, even more than criminals.
Well, now they've gotten to where they seize all devices when they arrest you in a situation like that. Like they take your phone, they take your camera, take your drone, they take everything from you. So then, they have access to that footage. You no longer have access to that footage.
That's why you stream it before you go to jail.
Right. That's
right.
One thing about the streaming. You're getting it no matter what. I was going to say we could hang signs from the drones.
Well, also there's an application both for Android and iPhone through the ACLU. It's called Mobile Justice. It's by state. So it'll be, whatever your state is, justice. And it's not for every state yet, but it's for quite a lot of states out there. And what it does is you just open this app and you hit the record button, and it instantly begins recording video and audio and streaming them live to an ACLU database where it's stored, securely for your protection. So it's not like, say you're live streaming on Facebook, they snatch your phone, all they have to do is come in, Facebook account that's already logged in, and delete the video, and that shit's gone too.
So do you need to set a account through that ahead of time, or how does that work?
No, it's just straight up in the app.
So how do you access it later?
I guess you'd have to go to the ACLU and be like, I need to open a case. You have footage in your database, and you would give them, the time and location is, I guess, how that would work.
Who do we have in the ACLU?
Like us personally?
Yeah, we need someone in the ACLU.
That's true.
I know we got guys in the press. But I don't know about ACLU.
What's the name of the app again?
Mobile Justice.
I'm going to see what I can find out about it.
Mobile Justice.
Start Steven Seagal.
So anyway, yeah, if we could just get drones out there, like we said, maybe a shipment. Can we ship things there? Can these people receive supplies, or do they have to be driven in, or can FedEx drop them off, or DHL?
No, that they've been having trouble. Getting stuff to and supplies to and from the camp. I was also hearing the locals were not letting the people at the camp get stuff, so they have to get stuff shipped in from somewhere else.
Can we drop ship with the drones?
Probably not the ones that are within budget.
Right.
Yeah. You'd have to have gas powered or something like that.
Well, just one would be a big difference. Just go ferrying stuff back and forth, because they can carry a pretty big box. So like one decent one. That way, we can keep them alive out there and keep them out there longer. They're probably trying to starve them out. That's what I do.
Well, there's definitely been a cutoff on like almost everything. They've got pretty much the whole area locked down right now to where it's you can leave, but you can't come back. Like Revolution did a little like 8-minute stream as he left the area, talking about how sad he was to leave because he's been there for a while, he said. And, it was literally the point of no return. Once you cross this roadblock, you can't come back.
How far is that exactly?
I don't know exactly, but, I imagine it's only within a couple miles.
Okay. And so can we get a supply drone to fly that there and back? Is that possible? Because that might be essential. One supply drone might be essential to the whole movement.
You'd have to talk to one of those drone buffs.
Right. I think it's possible. I think a couple miles is about the limit of them. I think about a mile is about the limit. But I know I could research that. I can research some drones, some supply drones. I know there's supporters out there that would pay for this stuff. I can't, unfortunately, but
yeah, I mean, when you're to drones that actually can carry payloads, they're getting expensive.
Well, how much are they?
Couple thousand.
Okay, that's not bad.
Well,
that's not bad. That might be essential. Because they can't, and they're not letting anybody in to drop off supplies.
Well, things are also gonna probably be able to change once the snow's melting. It's getting to be springtime. Hopefully, the ground will dry up a little bit, and fuck the roads, man. They can't roadblock a whole field,
Right.
They can't roadblock the entire perimeter of where these people are. And that goes for, getting in to support the movement, too.
They could put a fence around them.
Okay, somebody just sent this to me. A drone that can carry 30 pounds is $4,500.
Oh, man.
That's not that bad in the large scale.
It's actually a lot less than I thought it was going to be.
Oh, okay.
Well, there you go. Crowdfund some equipment transport drones, and let's start making runs.
There you go. We could send them a drone full of drones.
But okay, so and this is the question that nobody really wants to ask. At this point, the construction that's going on, is the camp impeding it?
I don't know.
That's a good question.
Not really.
Yeah, I mean
they're not even getting close to what they're doing under the river, but that's going to be an impossible task at this point.
I mean, that's the question everybody really needs to think about is how much, and I hate to say this, but how much resources do you want to put into this? I mean, I understand that you want to keep it going for symbolic purposes, but there are other avenues that could be pursued. So
the money might be better spent somewhere else.
Well, yeah, that brings us to some of the other topics. We have these other pipelines that are popping up. We have this major gas line, natural gas pipeline in Florida, the Sable Trail pipeline. They were actually evicted from their camp a few days ago. I mean, it's pretty much almost in unison that they're doing this eviction shit between these two camps. They're looking for a new camp right now, and they're bringing the fight to those guys. They're out there. Like today, they went out and they locked themselves inside the pipeline.
Aha.
Yeah, so it was like, well, I guess we can't fucking work now.
That's the question. What will stop this pipeline? That is the real question.
Didn't at one point they burned down this, or no, I don't know who burned down, but they found some of the equipment burned.
What, out at Sable Trail?
No, it was at DAPL.
Oh yeah, they burned the fuck out of equipment at
Actually, I was having a debate with some of the people that were here that came back here from Standing Rock, and I was telling them divesting is only step one in stopping the pipeline. Step two is setting up protests at every one of the fucking banks that are funding it, so they can't get the money. And then if you let us know that that's happening, I'm pretty sure we can
not just protests, but
fucking websites so that they can't transfer any money there either. So if you stop the influx of money, then they can't spend any money on the damn pipes. And then you got people fucking up the digging equipment so they can't actually make it happen. So they're not looking at any money. They're going to abandon the project because we just cost them more money than they were hoping to make.
What company is building this pipeline? I forgot the name.
It's Energy Transfer Partners. They're affiliated with Sunoco Logistics. Here, actually, I got a list I can throw up on the screen real quick.
Maybe we should fight to cut the head off the snake, so to speak.
What the hell is this?
Okay, well, while you're looking for,
So yeah, we've got Energy Transfer Partners, Dakota Access LLC, Marin Bakken Company, Energy Media Group.
It's a
Here's a
conglomeration.
whole list of websites: thebakken.com, bakken.com, marcellus.com, eaglefordtexas.com.
We should be DDoSing all those.
There has been campaigns on a lot of those.
Yeah.
Over the last probably 9 months, our operation under Black Snake has been hitting that quite a lot.
Well, it's time to turn up the heat on these guys.
Yeah, so then there's InBridge Energy Partners, that's the inside.
So if we stopped it in Canada, they couldn't build it.
See, they've been doing stuff to stop it in Canada. They've been doing actions to shut down, like they'll show up and with line, like they'll turn it off with the valves. So let's see, there's Continental Resources, Sunoco Logistics. So if you're buying gas at the Sunoco station, you're not helping. Marathon Petroleum, stop buying gas at Marathon. Phillips 66.
How could you taint oil?
What is the other one? Stripes stores, Stripes convenience stores. Don't shop there anymore.
There you go. I just posted a picture in the chat. It's got everything broken down.
We got a list.
I have so many fucking windows. You have no idea. This is so complicated.
Okay, for Dakota Access, we got One Energy Transfer Unit, Equity, Energy Transfer Partners, Sun Legit. Oh, wow, there's a big list here.
Yeah, hold on.
You see in the chat, JP Morgan Chase, Bank of America, Dutch Bank, Compass Bank, Credit Suisse, TD Bank on here, TD Securities, Wells Fargo.
So that's a long list, but we can, we're going to have to make, we're going to have.
I'm going to have to drop out. I got to
Bank of Nova Scotia, Citizens Bank, Comerica Bank, U.S. Bank, PNC Bank, Barclays, JP Morgan Chase, Bank of America, Deutsche Bank, Compass Bank, Credit Suisse, DNB Capital, ASA, Sumoto Municipal Bank, I think that's how that's said. Royal Bank of Canada, UBS, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, Community Trust, HSBC, Wells Fargo, BNP Paribas, SunTrust, Royal Bank of Scotland, Bank of Tokyo, Mitsubishi, Mizuho Bank, Citibank, TD Securities, ABN, Amro Capital, Credit Agricole, Intesa San Paolo, ING Bank.
It's the lead list of all the elites.
Pretty much.
Yeah, exactly.
BBVA Securities, BNB First Bank, ICBC London, SMBC Nico Securities, Societe Generale.
Who do you think profits from the oil game? The elite, always.
Yeah, and then one step above all of these fucking banks is the central banking system. It all leads up the food chain, dude.
Is it all under one umbrella, or is it a conglomeration?
So you've got a pipeline that
Energy Transfer Partners, Energy Transfer Equity, and Dakota Access,
which encompasses a shitload of other companies.
So there's three partners. It's a partnership. What is the head, the entity, the head? What is it? Is there one joint venture or?
It's all interconnected.
So it's a conglomerate.
Yeah.
Okay, but it has to have a name. This whole project is called
Energy Transfer Partners, Dakota Access, and Sunoco Logistics.
Pipeline.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, it's part of the Keystone XL project. It interconnects with the Keystone XL, which, I mean, we all remember there was a big fight about that, so this isn't something new. People need to quit acting surprised on that end. It's going to end by having a pipeline shoot out from Texas to the Gulf of Mexico, where they're going to use it to load it up, and which is one of the big arguments about this, is we're not even getting to benefit from the oil because they're going to just ship it out of country and sell it to foreign countries.
Well, someone's going to be benefiting. I'm thinking on a global scale.
Oh, well, yeah, someone's going to be benefiting, the elite.
Kelsey Warren. Jesus.
like I have a friend from the UK, and he was telling me that like gas is almost like 3 times as expensive as it is in America, and he has moved to the part of America where gas is more expensive. So like that's saying something. And then most of their oil comes from America. So like we're exporting all this oil, but the big argument for Dakota Access is to give America oil independence. Why are we then building the Bayou Bridge pipeline to jump the oil from Texas to boats in the ocean and ship it overseas?
Well, okay. How are we going to? I mean, we have members that are against this? Obviously, it's a big deal. So, I mean, how do we start an operation to go down that list?
I think the next big steps are going to be to get people out for the Sable Trail pipeline in Florida and the Bayou Bridge pipeline. I mean, I think we need to be looking for a campsite before they even start, like before they even approve the Bayou Bridge pipeline, because we know it's coming. They're going to approve it. There's no doubt about it.
I had a thought. I'm sorry. Can we get that same list that we had for the Dakota pipeline? Can we get that same list for these other? Are they the same people? Are these the same? Is it the same conglomerate that are running?
Yeah, I have comprehensive lists that branch out all kind of shit from here. I can put everything together, I guess, over the weekend at some point and get that out.
All right, because if we can link all these pipelines to the same companies, you know, same thing, we can kind of pinpoint the major players, I think. I don't know.
Yeah, that makes sense.
We'll see. The Bayou Bridge pipeline is owned by Dakota Access as well. Like they had the Dakota Access people down there in Louisiana at the meeting that I attended for it.
So they're trying to build the whole pipeline and not just go like a train track, but like they're trying to build all the pipe at the same time, the whole pipe.
Yeah, pretty much. So it's running oil down from Canada, and they're collecting more oil along the way in the Dakotas. And then it's running from the Dakotas to Chicago, Illinois, where they're going to refine it and then put it in another pipeline, ship it down to Texas, and then put it, I guess that's the Keystone XL. And then they're going to put it into the Bayou Bridge pipeline, ship it into the ocean, and bye-bye.
So these are all going to connect at one time. That's their goal.
Yeah, let me make sure that the Keystone XL is that.
To bet that all the conglomerate that we spoke of is trying to build this whole thing. I would bet that the same conglomerates are the same conglomerate is trying to build those other pipelines. I'm sure it's probably all this. It's one big giant project, basically. I believe. I would wager to guess.
Okay, the Keystone XL has a slightly different route, but it does come into Texas, so it's probably going to be the Keystone, and then they're going to have, I don't know, they may jump it from Illinois into the Keystone somewhere.
OPEC tribal leaders and TransCanada
officials yeah, it's right there by Louisiana where the Bayou Bridge starts is where the Keystone ends, but that's through a company called TransCanada.
Giving the green light
and apparently the Dakota Access is not done. I thought they had completed.
Asia Gore spoke with
right now.
From both sides to bring us the details.
Let's see. Let me just read this.
Jay, the tribe has long feared the proximity of the Keystone XL pipeline to its water intake facility. Those concerns were eased when the Obama administration blocked the pipeline. President Trump taking office, the Fort Tribal chairman tells me everything has changed. Chairman Floyd Azure tells me he believes TransCanada is seeking input from the tribe ahead of construction in order to avoid a situation similar to the one in North Dakota. That's where the Standing
build
Rock
these
Sioux tribe has
things
been
through
protesting
tribal
the Dakota
lands.
Access
All they want to
Pipeline
do is
for
run
months.
as much of the
Terry
pipeline as
Kuna, a
possible through
spokesman
tribal
for
lands.
TransCanada,
That's why they're
confirms with
so
me
pissed.
today the company is interested in working with the tribe to
And that
make
was one
sure
of the big
everyone
arguments
is
on Dakota
comfortable with the
Access. They were
project.
originally going to run it
Azure
right
says the
past the
tribe wants
suburban, nice,
TransCanada to
richy white
consider 3
neighborhood.
alternative routes that
And,
keep the
the people
pipeline
didn't
away
want
from the
that
tribe's
there, so
water
they moved it
intake
to
and
native
treatment
lands, and
plant.
that's okay. You guys just have to take it, and we're going to put the police on you and make sure you take it.
With that taking place,
Right,
if
they're
we
finishing
do
off
ever have
genocide.
a pipeline, because you know
Right.
Mother Nature is number one.
Pretty much.
She can do whatever she wants.
Finishing what
With
they
that
started.
brook, we put almost over 30,000 people out of water in northeastern Montana.
So,
No specific date has
so we
been
have to be
set for
against
that
big
meeting.
oil,
TransCanada
because not only
initiated contact with the
does it
tribe
run
and a
the
letter
elite,
sent to
their
January
fill their
30th.
pocketbook, but
All right, thanks, Asia.
we also
Born and raised in the Peach State, Walton Gas
promote
is
clean
Georgia proud.
energy.
And we're proud to offer a premium cutting board to
forces
any
us
new
to
customer who
continue to
locks
use-
in at a low fixed rate for
If we
2
had no
full
oil,
years.
force
Click here for
the
details.
industries
Walton.
Come up with an alternative. If we had no access to it, the more.
Why aren't we running solar panel pipelines with wind turbines on top of that shit that collect clean water from the air?
What about hydrogen oxygen energy? Have you heard of it?
Oh, that's you mean hydrogen fuel cells? Yeah, they have.
Yes.
The Bloombox technology is very similar to that. Essentially, I don't know. It's all. Well, we've talked about it for days about hydrogen fuel cell technology. It's very it's pretty safe, dude. But
Well, in addition to just trying to get ourselves on that personally, like, of course, tax returns are coming up, dude. Everybody should take their tax returns that's participating in that bullshit system and a solar panel or two, get your refrigerator and your air conditioner or some shit off of the grid, take a big chunk out of that. But, for those people that actually have a good bit of money, those type of people that invest their money, invest it in alternative energy. We all know it's the future.
It's more convenient to go to the gas station.
I'm one of those guys that are so in debt I can't afford anything like that. I look at my tax returns and they're like, you haven't paid the ones for last year. In fact, if you don't pay in the next 6 months, we're going to put you in jail.
Yeah, I was going to say we kind of have to come up with some ideas for people. Not everybody, has the money to invest in even just one solar panel or whatever. Or invest in alternative energy financially. So we've got to have some alternative to suggest and offer to people that don't have the finances to invest.
Well, I know there's been operations by a couple different celebrities. I forget the guy that did it in Standing Rock, but there was one guy that went up there to Standing Rock and took a bunch of solar panels that are, I guess, still to this day being used to power parts of the Sacred Stone Camp. And let's see, the rapper Akon did a huge project in Africa, with millions of dollars, and put a big solar field and gave like a whole town or area, I'm not sure how big of a spot, free energy. But, for us on the smaller scale, like, it's really going to come down to people coming together as a community. These ideas like communes and autonomous different communities and stuff that really bands together and works together, and you have a community farm and all that kind of stuff. That's going to be us on the bottom who are broke as fuck. That's going to be our only way out, is for us to come together. And for someone like me and probably most of the people in this call, something like that is not out of the question, and it sounds like a fantastic idea. But to others that can be kind of scary.
Oh, we got a guest coming in.
Oh, okay.
You got a guest coming in.
Okay. I think the Venus Project is a good resource.
Yes, the Venus Project. We're going to need to do a whole show on that one.
I agree. The guy, Jacques.
Yeah, Jacques Fresco.
Fresco, yes. He's 100 years old.
Yeah, he looks it.
They gave him an award, the UN, for his city designing. Social engineer. Amazing person.
But look at him. He's still healthy. He's still mentally competent because he's been on this organic lifestyle for so long.
Right. So you know it works.
Yeah.
Yes.
It definitely works.
So back to the camp and where the site should be. Maybe we should suggest a new site, a more effective site.
You're talking about at Standing Rock?
Yes.
Most definitely, it's going to take. I mean, if you want to put a stop to this pipeline,
C4.
It's probably like I don't think we can say that. I don't think we can say that on the radio. Oh wait, we're not on the FCC radio. Yeah, I mean that's an option. That's always an option. But I mean, it's really going to take 50,000 people, 100,000 people coming to Standing Rock. And marching in unison with resistance. If the militias would come, that would be even better. There's a lot of militias that are waiting to go, but the tribal elders don't want them there. But it's going to take something big to break through to where they're actually doing the work and to put a stop to it.
It's hard to get there.
It's going to take something huge to occupy that small location in order to shut down the work, because and they're going to have to stay there indefinitely because it'll dwindle down, and then eventually it'll be small enough to crush, and they'll crush it and they'll remove them and construction will resume.
I just hate out there that they're not being as effective as possible, having to go through what they're going through.
We know the route of this. What is it? 1,200 mile long pipipeline. We know where it's going.
We got our guy from DAPL. He's coming on.
Yeah, I'm here.
That's great. Yo, awesome.
My name is Puck, also known as George. Thank you for having me. I was hoping to help clear up some questions you guys may have about DAPL. For those of you who don't know me, I'm the co-founder of Anonymous Indigenous Unit. We've been working with No DAPL, Red Stick. I also go by Quiet Wolf with No DAPL.
Hey, sorry guys. Sorry, I literally just got to a place where I got some internet.
Oh yeah, you're there at Ground Zero.
Oh, is that Miko?
So I think me and some of the guys from Anonymous and Indigenous Network have worked together before.
Yeah, we've worked together before. We've worked with Red Stick and Darlene and all them. Gabriel Black, of course, too. I've been trying to get on, but now.
Well, and I know he's been doing. I don't know if you guys saw the protest in Minneapolis, but yes. I mean that was massive, and that was all the his Anonymous Network organizing that. It was really inspiring to see, because a lot of those guys didn't even realize that they were who was organizing it at the time. So I mean, we had a meeting of the minds where people were marching that day that normally would have been wearing masks. They just didn't, because they didn't realize who had organized it.
Right. I think a lot of us have put our masks up also due to when we first got involved, and if everybody remembers and goes way back into August and even before that of 2015 and 2016, Anonymous was asked not to participate due to their concerns. And so we kind of had to sit down with them and agree that we would not support a mask. And we would, while Anonymous doesn't have leaders, we had to respect their traditions and their leaders.
Yeah, and
So
we did we did mark our truck so that we did kind of show that when they started really hitting us with the stingrays, we were asked by Geeks Without Bounds and some other groups to come in and help do some, let's go with anti-surveillance help.
Right.
Yeah, and our number one,
try to get rid of the stingrays.
Yeah, had to kind of make the deal with some other of the leadership that was here that we would do nothing offensive, that everything we would do would protect the water protectors and their electronics, their phones, getting from being wiretapped, but definitely no forward action as far as our support here.
Exactly, and why I was trying to call in, and I'm glad you called in with me, so that they had a lot of questions they couldn't really answer. One of the things I wanted to clear up that stuck in my mind, we did identify early on a lot of the police officers. We did release and actually helped get the two guys arrested that were harassing them at the casino.
Yeah.
Then we're the ones who that information and got them arrested. As for the gentleman that fired shots, no, he is free. There's nothing pending on him. In fact, the 3 people that apprehended him have federal charges pending on them. And Miko
for apprehending
that. So that was,
So I mean,
go ahead.
We've had, and even now, there's a huge amount. We have to really. The other guys are here. Gabriel's pretty well known. I'm pretty well people that are doing other works here. So I don't feel bad using their name, but there's so many infiltrators and provocateurs here at the moment that it's not really safe for people to advertise that they are part or any of that, just because of the amount of surveillance. There's a lot of other things to think about that you might not right away.
No. That makes sense. We're, we don't go in there, and I agree with not promoting who you are and what you do, because you will be an automatic target, not only from, administrators, but from the tribal council. The tribal council did not want Anonymous there from day one, and I have my own opinions on that, and I think the real reasons were that they know what we were capable of, and they know that if they were corrupt, which they have, some of them have been found to be, that we would expose them, which we have.
Yeah, and I don't there's a certain, I don't know how to feel about that completely in some cases. And I'll give you a kind of an example. Right? Cannonball is not a very big city, right? There's what 100 families that live here, 200 families that live here. The amount of money that came through this little area, right, will never, ever, ever, ever come through her again. As soon as all of us leave and all of this goes, it goes back to all of the issues that happen on the res and what we're fighting for, with indigenous rights and the way that they've been marginalized and then marginalized and then marginalized again. There's no here. There's absolutely positively nothing. And that's on purpose. But, I hope that if there was, they did ask for an insane amount of money. If this pipeline is going to make you $100 billion, I want $1 billion. And being able to have schools, being able to have healthcare, being able to build houses, being able to send your kids to college, being able to build industry, start your own business, the things that are absolutely not attainable at this moment, then I could see you sitting down and saying, look, if would my answers be prosperous for the next 6 generations, you'd have to make that decision. If they took $1 million, $3 million, $10 million, well, that's completely different, where I'm just like, God, you sold out your people for chump change.
That's a good point.
And that's a very good point, and that's also something we have to look at. And it is a fine line with that. And there's the fine line also is a lot of us can leave. We're separated. You can leave from there. That is not your home. You do not have to still deal with the racism, the bigotism, the bigotry that goes through their communities on a regular and daily basis.
Exactly.
after everything, that's occurred. And, what I would ask for anybody, let's not forget, let's not forget them ever. They have started a groundbreaking movement there for everywhere. And no, the other ones like, SPPL are not getting the attention that Standing Rock has, but we're slowly working on that, and I'm, I blame myself because I've been focused on DAPL, rather than spreading myself too thin.
And I think that's something that a lot of people, that a lot of the organizations that we're against are going to find, that, they expected this to all be at one place. They put the pipeline through here and that problem was just going to go away. And this is really going to cause them a headache until there isn't a fossil fuel industry anymore. When you look at, I view this, there's the correlation to be made with, well, I think there's the correlation to be made with Selma. Have we went anywhere near as far in civil rights and equality we need to go? Absolutely not.
Always.
But that was definitely the spark in that moment.
Win in the end.
To other things. If they look back, everybody says, look, Selma was that turning point. When we look back at the fossil fuels industry, we'll say those same things. People will still be saying, your downfall was that. They could have won they could have done 1,000 different things and not destroyed the fossil fuel industry. But even winning, they will become so hated as an industry, it will destroy them. And, the whale oil industry.
Mayor of New York did New York just
I hope so, but I mean, will it be enough to cut through the complacency of the average American?
Well, the average American isn't that person anymore. Look at, I don't want to go back to this current election, but look at the support that Bernie Sanders had. That would have been impossible 10 years ago.
I agree.
Even look at the support that Trump got. Or don't care. But the fact of the matter is, the population is waking up, and the main reason he was elected is he's not a politician.
Yeah.
And so,
hey guys.
So we can all
Hi. Hey.
I think we can agree that 90% of the population is fed up with the government. They just happen to choose Donald.
Yeah, I agree. And look, even a fact that you don't agree with on absolutely anything, it's as far right. And if you start looking off international banks, they agree with it. And that's something that didn't happen. We can both look at it, we can agree on absolutely nothing else and be like, but the international banks fucking suck.
Yeah,
we can all agree on that.
The spirit is going to lead us. We want to remember.
We can disagree whether it's made that way or whether it became that way, but we can all agree it's broken.
Can we agree that there might not be an Earth for another 6 generations if we allow this?
On the longest walk as we speak.
No, I think we can agree on that. Standing Rock, what it did, and it is, I've been, in years and gone back and forth all day about being happy and being sad, because, it is a win-lose. The win is that that they brought awareness between Red Bull Society, Ochetti, Sacred Stones. They have all brought awareness. And people are uniting behind it, except for, a small few, which are, the oil
I think there's a couple of guys that work for the oil world. Yeah, I mean, and a lot of the people that, that agree with DAPL, there's underlying racism and there's other reasons. They're not really agreeing with the pipeline, but there's natives up here, there's activists, there's crazy liberals up, you know what I mean? Like, they've got all sorts of other issues that really have nothing to do with the pipipeline.
Right,
there's just the pipeline.
Yeah, socio-political.
Yeah.
Can't blame all hippies.
No, not at all. But it is an awareness thing, and the fight is far from over. Laura, I'm going to call you out on this. She helped me. She was one of the co-founders.
My auntie Lydia said to be critical thinkers, and I know all of you guys
she pointed out
are
that
doing that because
there are camps popping up. They're setting up.
You understand what is real.
But at the same time, you have to remember, I think LaDonna has 3 to 5 days before she's evicted, and that's
26 guys.
And I want to give all of you an assignment.
So, and that
because, like we say, Miss Morgan is rallying and marching.
They are using other laws to go after her.
Doing things.
Well, and there's some like political issues in that as well, because it's really
starve the black snake. So all of these banks that are funding the pipeline,
all the family members agree on exactly what can be done. But even the sacred, even this camp that LaDonna's, it's on LaDonna's land. There's other camps. Like, it's not and that's the deal. For every single camp that gets put down, we just make another. It's really not like they're fighting so hard and spending so much money for objectives that we'll go to the next one and keep fighting. That's fine.
Right, and they're losing what, $100,000 a day. I think at the peak of it, they were losing about $100,000
give it up for Seattle. They take $3 billion.
I mean, at this point, they've called in extra federal agents. They've called in, and that hasn't. I imagine they spend about $50,000 to $60,000 a day in helicopter and plane fuel alone. We did 24-hour flyovers, man. We did 24-hour helicopter runs. That jet fuel is not cheap.
$100,000 a day is $36 million a year. That's nuts.
Yeah, that shows really the power that's here. Like, for they've proven that there is no amount of money that you can spend to beat a small amount of dedicated water protectors of people that are awake.
And we share with
No, go ahead.
I was going to ask if we could touch on briefly the power and interests of
Los Angeles, the city of Los Angeles.
There's a list.
Mayor Garcetti to start to make that transition to divest.
Well, no, it is a list.
ETP
is probably, the top of that list.
Spreading that word, educating. Go home to your city.
Thing that has been working
do the homework, do the research, and see if your Seattle
withdrew their payroll.
And if they do, start to write letters, start to call, start to email, start to
$198 million of their budget, also from indigenous genocide. So people are getting fed up.
So if you can do that for me, and those of you who have accounts there, please make that transition. Can I get a commitment from you who raised your hand
from Wells Fargo, from Sunoco?
Let's give them a round of applause.
So people are starting to become aware of where their money is going, and that includes large cities. If they lose New York, that's a huge deal.
And that's what's people. We're just for some reason, and like most things in human history, why we only are figuring this out now is crazy. But we have a huge amount of power in our money. The 1% does have 60% of the wealth, but their 60% of the wealth depends on us spending our 50% of the wealth. If we stop doing that, they don't need more money. We're just now seeing the power that the populace has. Look, don't finance none. When a company will pop out and replace your favorite candy bar, you know what I mean?
Let's talk about a boycott.
We can't have division. Even though we might disagree with tactics, we might disagree in how different opinions. We have to remember our families.
Because they're not violent, and the J-20 people were armed. Remember something, if you have to go through history, okay, only 20% of violent revolutions have ever been successful, while over 50% of peaceful revolutions. The reason being is you are peaceful, okay? You give the most person out there a reason to turn it around and say you deserve God.
Yeah. Right, yeah. It's incredible.
And the mayor brought that up tonight. Chief, one of them, brought up how, that somebody brought a gun there and could have killed 3 police officers because she fired, 3 shots, which is bullshit. You know this and I know this. But what it did was it gave the people who are already against it even more of a reason to stand behind DAPL and not stand with the water protectors. Now,
overt violence is not our way. That's not our style.
Right, but if you look at the peaceful process, you have everybody, and DAPL and the water protectors are the perfect example of this. They had everyone from grandmothers to children there, and that's what a peaceful protest does. It brings everybody in, and it does not give justification. And even in November, when they fired the water on them, they were saying, they were throwing snowballs at us. That gave the far right the reason to justify it. But if you say in a peaceful prayer, they can't even justify that.
But was it proven that there were snowballs? Or was it an excuse?
I mean, I don't think that really matters, because once you say it, then that's, people have such a short attention span. They hear that and they're not going to look for the truth.
But that's also the kind of thing where you start seeing these pictures where it's like, this is what driving with a bad taillight looks like in a police state. This is what, on street and listening to music in a police state looks like. This is what dancing in front of your business in a police state. Come on, man, it was a fucking right. You think that you're gonna open up on a bunch of people in the 1940s because you chucked a snowball?
They can justify that in their
Yeah,
right. You have to call them out. You have to call them out for what it is, right? Like, you know what I mean? That's kind of a true, but that's kind of thing. I'm definitely nonviolent, and I would like to stress that everybody at this camp is 100% nonviolent, but we are not pacifists, and that's the difference. Malcolm X said by any means necessary, and that immediately leads us to violence. And what is by every means necessary. So yeah, you do need to fuck with them at every little positive opportunity to do what you need to do. That doesn't immediately take us to violence, but when you come to these things, it's all like, I guess, yeah, they did get a little bit mouthy with the cops. Dude, you're in full fucking riot gear with a bulletproof vest and a tack dog on you. You know what I mean? This just isn't equal in what you're saying. So some 18-year-old chucked a snowball at you, right? Write him a fucking ticket. He's got all of our faces, you know what I mean? Like, far beyond what should be reality is what I'm saying.
Right, but they didn't. What they did, what people I think need to understand, if the revolution is going to occur or if the riots are going to occur, is you have two lines. You have your front line, which we'll call Black Bloc in most of our organizations, but we associate what we call Black Bloc. Okay, Black Bloc was actually founded in order to defend, not to be the aggressors. Okay.
Agreed.
Then you can put your peaceful people behind them, and Black Bloc, the front lines, the sole job is to protect the peaceful people. And if it becomes aggressive, then yes, you fight back, but you are never the aggressor.
And that was something if you watch, and there's plenty of videos out, if you watch what the Kichida and other groups that were here at Standing Rock were doing, even our medics, these guys would literally crawl into the bowels of hell to cover another protesters, you know what I mean, that had been hit with something maced. I mean, these guys were hit with frozen rubber bullets. They were specifically targeted because when they did come over to beat something, you would have one that would stand up and literally, fine, you can hit me. And that was, even at that point, we weren't violence, but the resistance was absolutely clear, and they would come in to attack an elder, to attack, leadership, and any of those, and you'd have 3-4 people in body armor that would stand right in front of you. You guys are going to arrest somebody, arrest me.
There you go.
And
that's how it should be. You don't need to go armed, but you need to go prepared for violence.
Definitely.
And so for anybody, you're going out protesting, I'm going to plug on my other page, Anon Medics. I put up, I haven't posted in a while because I'm a band, but,
What did you do?
I'm in timeout for a little bit.
But I check out Anon Medics because we post stuff on how to properly, and they do it right in Europe. They wear your helmets, they have your goggles, they have pepper spray proof gear that rolls off of you rather than it sits in your clothes. How to deal with that. We worked with Ochetti and then the Black Elf.
This started
when they first started the medic healing camp.
We got people walking around,
and we sent the text and it said we need a drum.
So if you're going to go to a protest, be prepared. Know to soak your bandanas in vinegar and bring 10 extra with you. Soak in I think it's 20% vinegar, 80% water, and bring those.
We did real well with the Malox, and so we would mix kind of 50-50 Malox and spray bottles. That worked for when you got hit with the mace. For the tear gas, vinegar was the thing. And God, we would come in and kind of joke about all the different, there was some oils and stuff that people were using, and we smelled sometimes salads coming in and out from all the different herbs and all the stuff they would put in to get through this. Right? But I think it's important in general, and we have to it's something we have to focus on, right? Our opponents, They train constantly to oppress us. So we need to train constantly to resist that oppression. And we've got skills that they don't have, right? They can't push out YouTube videos and train 1 million people at a time, right? We need to focus in on using those skills. And like, people will watch them, be a little funny, do whatever you got to do, right? And people will watch them to learn this is how you protest. And, you know, get a group of you together and show, you know, this is how you resist, this is how you lock arms, you know, all of those things. And it will make what we're doing so much more effective.
Right, and that even goes into the states and training how Black Bloc is supposed to work properly, which is, if any of you were at Occupy, you know, we had training sessions, and the reason we utilized Black Bloc 3 blocks away so that the peaceful people could get their message across,
this
while
badass right
causing chaos blocks away. They weren't being aggressive; they were
Lydia, oh my God, I love her.
maneuvers in order to make sure the message and the peaceful protesters were able to get out there and get their message without being harassed. And if you notice, Occupy really wasn't
let's just
when Black Bloc kind of fell apart and so many different units got involved.
So you're saying it's all about getting the message out?
Yeah, definitely. Message on
when if you leave that love, Red Warrior Society is a Facebook page is a great example.
Cool. You guys have a great night.
We first got involved.
Thank you for coming and showing up.
Just we went through Red Warrior.
We're gonna do it. We're gonna have peace on this planet. We're gonna have clean water for everybody. We're gonna have clean water, food, clothing, shelter, education, and healthcare. That's my vision. Peace under 2020. It's happening. I know it doesn't seem like it, but it is. They just don't know it yet. So have a great night.
Well,
and see you at the
I'm
next
so
one.
pissed off I made a sign.
Well, there was a comedian, Doug Stanhope. He made the point of basically like the least thing that you could do is draw attention to a subject. It's all look. Like his example was, there's a guy in a ditch with his leg broken, and he's sitting there screaming, and you draw attention to it, and you're like, look, and he's like, help, and you're like, no, look. He kind of makes a point. At a certain point, once you draw the attention to it, now we need to discuss the solution to the problem.
Right.
Which needs to be like the focus of.
To start focusing on, but signs can be very powerful. However, during a protest, you have to be incredibly careful. I recommend using cloth, because cloth cannot be considered a weapon and you cannot be charged. If you're carrying a sign on a stick, technically you can be charged with assault with a weapon to harm.
What I'm speaking of is more of maybe like 100, maybe 200 feet by 10 feet, strung along a bridge.
Stuff and like dropping the giant signs down.
Yes,
that's a good idea. Yeah,
that's what I'm
doing. Nice work. Anybody that's doing that, well, I mean, for the law, I'm not telling anybody to climb up on things and drop giant signs.
Shit.
That is really fucking cool, and I hope more people do it.
Well, Greenpeace did it. Greenpeace
like, I'm not telling you to, but please do.
And did anyone see on the Statue of Liberty yesterday? Someone put out sign on the Statue of Liberty.
What did it say?
Yeah, I just saw that today, actually.
What did it say?
It was really cool to fight the fight.
It said
the immigrant thing.
Oh yeah, because we had a day of like a walkout day too. That was.
Well, there were two of them. Yeah, there was one on Friday and one on Monday.
And they fired all those guys. Most of them got fired.
Yeah, a couple dozen were fired, at least in Texas.
There's 100 altogether.
I mean, that's not. Come on, let's be honest. That's not a surprise.
No,
it's. No, but they're also going to expose this guy. But unfortunately, in certain parts of the country, it doesn't matter. You have racism and bigotry wherever you go. If company is exposed as being a racist and a bigot, then the racists and bigots are going to shop there, while the people who have a heart are not going to shop there, and they kind of balance each other out.
And I really do think in general we are starting to get on the good. Now, I mean, you surround yourself with people that believe like you, this, that, and the other. But I really do think we're starting to move, past that where the racists are becoming less and less and less. And at the end of the day, you're like the last guy screaming about having slaves. He eventually dies off and we're over it now. So I think we are moving in the right direction. It's just way too slow going. Like, we can get to the end way faster than they're telling us. The only difference between revolution and progression is that revolution wants it right freaking now. And like that's the deal. Nobody argues that the world will, you know, that we'll figure out technologies in the future, but we're saying no, let's do this right now. Right? We don't have to wait until it's all fucked up.
And a great way but to bring it back full circle is a great way to do that is to start boycotting the companies, you know, like your Home Depots and your, you know, who support Monsanto. You know, it starts with education, and that's where a lot, I feel anyhow, that Anonymous can go. Since this is an anonymous show, in that education is key, but all patience with the ignorant, because not everybody is as quick as you are. And if you could point out one fact, since this is an anonymous show, in that education is key, supports Monsanto, or Starbucks supports Monsanto, you can get to that one seed. And once you plant it, people will start looking. And, you know, for anyone who's listening or anyone who's involved with Anonymous, I would say, you know, make sure you're putting out the facts. Make sure you're putting out proof, not just and posting.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, because like, look, they can post, but that's the deal, right? The corporate media, they can post as many lies as they want, nonstop. Like we've all agreed, like pretty much everybody knows that the news is lying to you now. They can do nothing but spit out constant lies, and that's okay. But we say, you know what I mean? One thing doesn't add up on our side, and it's a nightmare. You know what
exactly.
I mean?
We're completely
exploded.
Every fake, anybody who has an Anon mask as their profile picture and puts up, I'll use Viral Liberty News because they're one of my enemies. You know, there's such bullshit that there's no sources, but once you put something like that, you completely discredit not only yourself but the entire movement. And so for anyone listening, you know,
right? Yes, exactly. Yeah, mine is World News Daily Report. That it's a bullshit satire, new quote unquote news report, and I see it a lot. And yeah, I mean, it's just you have to go the extra mile to validate any kind of news because you're exactly right. The second that you put something up and it's not accurate or whatever, it completely undermines not just yourself but the entire movement, and it calls everybody into question.
What about exactly so simple? And that's what I think a lot of people don't understand is you know, if you see a news story, just, you know, go to DuckDuckGo and put in the search and, you know, read 4 or 5 articles and figure out what's going on, you know, and look for sources. You know, we're supposed to be about knowledge. We're supposed to be about truth, but we have to be that. We can't just be shit.
Right. Well, and I try to recommend to people too to just do a real quick search on the author's name too, if you have to. You know, sometimes a lot of times that right there can tell you tell you everything you need to know if you just research the author real quick, and it doesn't take too long. And it's more than one step. It's more than just simply reading an article and clicking share. And I get that, you know, everybody's time is precious. I get that. But, you know, I mean, it's the difference between putting out valid information and putting out stuff that's just circulating and you know, we're not going to be any different than the mainstream media if we aren't doing it differently.
Or we're not going to be any different than someone trying to push a bullshit agenda. Whether even though it may be our agenda, if it's once it's invalidated, that agenda is again goes over people's head because they will always use that against you. People don't forget time, very easy time forgetting the positive and the good, but you know, that was one huge thing we had to get rid of with DAPL when we were talking to the elders and the other. I think there were, I've read one here right now, but I think there were 15 other councils. What we had to convince them of was, you know, that we were not what they thought of.
Yeah.
All they read was the main news media of, Anonymous is, you know, malicious. Anonymous is violent. And we had to, you know, these were months of negotiations with 15 other councils until Anonymous was given a seat council to at least be in the know. And
even when I got here, right, we came in as the IT team. We were bringing internet and solar panels. As you know, that was, you know, it's one of those things, you know, I just to also be associated with Anonymous, if that makes any sense. And that was definitely a line that had to be drawn where maybe in other situations I would have done things different. But, you know, I was coming here as a separate person, as just a person coming to help out. And it just happens that you have this extra set of skills. that was something that had to be worked out because of the reputation that you constantly, with all of us, we have to fight, where it's like, no, you have no idea what you're talking about.
The mask is an important symbol, I believe.
Yeah.
I believe the mask is an important symbol. I keep the mask. It's an important symbol because it's the idea of there is no race, there's no creed, there's no color, there's no sex. We are all one. We have one. We have the same mind. Yeah. We're all human. And to one. And I
always put it. Our opponents are upon masks to divide us, right? We put on a mask to unite us, and it's the exact opposite.
That's great. I love it.
Right, and that's it's the same action but such a different intent. You'll walk through places, and honestly, and some of you guys have all been in some of the bigger like a marches and such. And God, you've made best friends with somebody, and it had nothing to do with your normal interaction with them. You don't know what they look like. You don't know any of that stuff, but you know that you have such a common ground and in a common goal. You don't need any of that stuff.
Right,
it would have mattered. It would have mattered whether I knew it or not.
Right, but also on that same note of is if you are going rep the mask, you have to understand that you are not just representing yourself. You are representing a worldwide collective of people, and if you do not handle yourself appropriately, then very much that's where it kind, and that's what kind of why I hung my mask up. I still wear my my black bloc gear, but I put my mask in order to try and ease the pain. Are
we having tech issues?
Yeah, they're notions of us of what.
Most times, when we do large gatherings, it's a little bit different. But honestly, in most of the stuff that we put out, I always kind of keep my mask hung up, right? So it's always looking at me to kind of remind me of why we're doing and kind of the morals that we have that go far, that are just the morals of humanity. We're not talking about religion. We're talking, they put all these things that put morals that have nothing to do with it. I know I'm not supposed to kill my fellow man, no matter what religion you belong to, no matter what color you are. Yeah. Those things don't apply to our morality. And I think that's one of the reasons we do respect what we're doing is because we do hold ourselves to that different moral standard.
But at the same time with the mask, if you are working organization, and what I've run into over the years, I've been active since 2005. And I do not consider myself anonymous, but I do associate with anons because they had the same heart, at least that I feel they have. But my experiences have been that we have to respect others' traditions. We have to respect others' way of doing things. Because again, we don't have leaders, no, but others' organizations do. And when we go in there and try and say, well, we have no leaders, you're not my leader. If you are truly passionate about that cause, that's where you have to put your anonymous ego aside, your personal ego aside, and work with everybody for the same cause.
Yeah, I agree.
That's really something that will help you out in general.
What if we adopted tools? I was thinking 8-pointed star.
We have the green mask.
The 8-pointed star is. I'm trying to adopt it. I'm raising the issue. I'm making it's an idea that I have. The 8-pointed because David had his 6-pointed. So that was we always know the star David. And then the cops they got the 7-pointed star.
So we get an 8-pointed star.
So yeah, we got an 8-pointed star, right?
I stop at 8. Let's go 10.
No, 8 is easy because you put 2 squares and you invert them, and you can make it very easily an 8-pointed star. It's easy to create. And so the 8 points are for the 8 duties. I believe every anon should adhere to or be striving for. And here they are: protect freedom, seek justice, police the police. Protect children, protect the disabled and disadvantaged, protect the planet, eliminate elitism, and finally, lulls.
I would never forget the lulls. But no, I think that's pretty beautiful, man. And we do it. We do have the green man, and we do have the suit with with the headless man, which
right.
And it doesn't. Look. The people that have been in charge, they know how to use symbols. You can go through all sorts of things, whether it's the dollars in your pocket, the labels that they put on products. Yeah, they use symbols, and Anonymous uses that as well.
Right.
If we do adopt something, or some of us do adopt something that says, that's like, Constitution, or the 8-pointed star, whatever it is, we can incorporate those into things that we're doing, so people do see, okay, so we're coming out with clothing that is because we're supporting hemp and is made by small businesses. I'm just giving this as like a random thing to make up, right? Having that symbol and saying, look, Anonymous says that these are good guys, that really does, when you've built that kind of that
branding,
I don't want to go to branding because we're
reputation.
not corporate. We're not making off of it. We're not doing any of that. Never be afraid to use your enemy's good ideas.
That's why I thought it was a good idea. Because that symbol. So I know, what I did is I took the 8-pointed star, I inversed the squares, and right, 4chan, right? So it's like 4 sides to a square. So we okay, so we invert the squares. You got that 8-point, and then I put the guy, put him in the middle, kind of in the circle, because there's like circle in the middle. That guy.
Yeah. That's the one you painted. It's on your on that one account.
Right. It's a badge. Like, it's a little badge. I wear it around town. Like, I wear this little badge, kind of like 8-point star, little badge thing. I think it's kind of looking me funny, but I don't know. I can't wait. No, I don't know.
Well, Page, guys, I'm kind of like on my personal page. I've even gotten a couple of trolls, and I'm really excited about that.
Yeah. I tried adding you, and then there was something really weird about your profile when you said that they were doing something funny to your account.
Yeah.
And I tried adding you, and now I was able to add you. It was so bizarre. You didn't even have a lot of friends. You didn't even max out your friends list.
Oh my god, my social media accounts. Now, I'm just gonna throw. We all know the CIP. Whoever the fuck's listening to this thing, can you guys please just fix it? Don't mind do it all the time, right? So my girlfriend, but can you just fix it so that it works right? If you're gonna spend all that time and money, I'm having trouble using it. And if the deal is you want to collect information, wouldn't it be mutually beneficial if I could actually use my Facebook?
Remember when I saw you were I saw that one post where you were trying to post your own post, and then it was blocked from your own page.
Yeah, from my own thing, because you do not have permissions to do this.
I think Facebook's on the rampage right now. They're targeting accounts that are not real names.
They've been doing that for a while.
Right.
Yeah, and it's but this is the deal. You'll have somebody that's really influential, and for that, influential on social media, and for some reason their not real name is a problem. But I get all sorts of stupid names from people that are obviously made up, and those don't seem to have any. The advertisements and people trying to get you money. They've got the stupidest names ever, but yet those make it through no problem.
Well, I think
I think I've had that one with.
Once you're a target, you're a target, and that's for anybody who's influential throughout it.
I've never used my real name.
Our opponents are just so our opponents are so uninspired. You take it like Walmart, right? So they made this big deal that no anons are allowed in Walmart. Now they do realize the mask comes off, right? We don't. It's not glued to our face. If I want to go to Walmart, you know what I mean? That doesn't make any sense. It's the same thing. It's oh, well, you're talking too much trash, you're exposing so much, so we're going to take down your Facebook page because we don't like your name. Well, then I'm going to make a name. The picture's going to match. It's going to be all set up. I'll make fucking 12 of them and get out twice as much of 12 times as much information. You've pretty much undermined it. You could have just let it alone.
Right.
So uninspired. You do know we can make more than one Facebook page. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Let me get out my fake IDs. Hold on. Phone numbers.
Yeah, here. Please. No, come on. You went to a bunch of anons and said, can you prove who you are? Upload a picture digitally of your photo.
Yeah, let me get my photo.
Sure. No problem, buddy. I mean, honestly, a 10-year-old with Microsoft Paint could pull that off.
Well, the thing is, once you, I lost, I think 24 accounts within a two week period, and I was changing my IP. I have my Mac changer, and so. But what they're starting to do, and even Gmail is starting to do, is, if you go back to about a year ago, 2 years ago, I started putting out, passports, IDs for people just to Photoshop their picture and their information on. And Facebook, once you're targeted, and I'm not sure how the algorithm works, I'm trying to figure it out, in that they don't even ask you for an ID any longer.
Yeah,
that happened to a couple of my fake accounts. They just disabled them. It's like they didn't even ask or nothing, just disabled. Poop.
Exactly.
Yeah, just disabled them.
Yeah, I just had that happen not too long
It's
ago.
another one of those, I gave the example, I think, on one of our shows a little bit ago of Napster, right? Couple of kids in their basement downloading music, some of them downloading millions of songs to listen to in their basement, and they made such a huge deal of it that they turned, downloading and torrents and all of that. They created that monster by being that oppressive, and Facebook will find that they'll keep on going down that track until nobody's using Facebook anymore, because that it's a scam, what they're doing, and that's what people waking up.
That's a threat, Zuckerberg.
I think we do that.
That's a direct threat. I'm not opposed.
Promise.
If Zuckerberg's fucking listening, right? If you shut off too many more of those, I will build a social and fucking bury you in it.
There are a couple. That's the thing. There are a couple. There are a few groups.
You have a nonce forever.
There are a few groups working on a few different social media platforms. I do not recommend Minds, because if anyone is familiar with Minds, it is on the Amazon server, and if you have any information at all on the Amazon server, it's also the server that NSA is on, CIA.
What if we started Amazonymous?
Well, and that's the deal. Now, our opponents have shown us a lot of tools to use. They know exactly how to advertise to people. They know exactly how to, how to coin a phrase, how to make, how to make, a slogan, how to market to people. They are really, really good at it, and they've shown us exactly how to do it. When we do come out with a social network, it's going to have to be trendy. It's going to have to get everybody from 80 to 12, and that's people that are outside of Anonymous. We have to really make a system that is what people want on every level.
What if we expand 4chan into a social network?
They've tried to expand 4chan. You have 4chan, you have your 8chan, you had the Guerrilla Network for a while, you had Pirates for a while.
Even if they do, people like the new, the brand new model. So, I mean, I would, from my personal, I do own a small tech company. That's how we've been doing all of this shit. And we use every single dime of it to build technologies exactly like that. But we really do have to make it
mainstream,
so that
my vote for Amazon.
Fight them at their own game. We will make this so cool that you'll want to use it.
Right, but at the same point that you're talking about is, while we do have Facebook, again, what I recommend everybody is use it and utilize it to get to those minds that we can still get to. Friend, if you're just friending, let's say, anonymous people or anti-fat people, you have to understand you're talking to yourself. You're preaching to the choir.
Right.
Bring other people in. If you get a friend request and they're fully dressed, says come see me naked, give them a chance.
Yeah. And I
post those educational videos.
You're going to reach people.
And this is something that we had kind of played around with, because we meet into the, look, advertising is part of the game, and being able to help small business get out and all of that needs to be part of what it is, not to use them in any way, shape, or form to buy Ferraris and houses and all of that.
What about a giant sign that has a website on it?
Yeah. I mean, I think that's a great idea.
There's a Coronado Bridge here in San Diego, the longest land span bridge, called the Coronado Bridge.
Well, as far as the social media apps specifically, we were looking at doing a reverse sliding scale. So if you're a mom and pop that makes little jewelries, grandma's trinkets or something like that, it pretty much costs you nowhere to be on there. If you're a monster company, you make $1 million a year, you can be on there, and if it's popular enough, they'll pay as much as possible. Look, we'll let Nike there, but man, it's going to cost you so freaking much. It's going to cost you enough for me to buy a vet in America that's homeless a house. That's how much it's going to cost you. And use a sliding scale to focus that money in on certain things that we would like to fix. You know what I mean? On things that we can nip in the bud. Now, look, numbers that we can deal with, but strategy that they use against them. And maybe
talk
even
about
make that.
coordination.
Yeah, that's really great.
Legal expenses for activists. I mean, let's be clear. There'll be probably a fair portion that'll go to that.
Right, but how do you? My question would be, how to? Okay, the company. Obviously, you're gonna say you're transparent. How?
Always.
How do you? Who is the oversight of that transparency? For and I'll give you an example. Free Anons, which started off with a very good idea, a good cause, but $30,000 went missing. Therefore, they were discredited.
I think there would be. I think that's something that definitely needs to be thought of. We don't have leaders for a reason, but we do still need direction, and I think we have to balance those two things every once in a while. There should be a way for us to to vote on something. Like, look, we want to handle this problem. We need to do that. I see nothing wrong with saying, look, if you're using the app, and these are the 10 things that we would like to do, vote on it.
Oh, not just that, but like anybody who accepts the responsibility of any of the financial stuff also has to accept the accountability of it.
On the show, and I appreciate you bringing me on. And that's old school.
Let's talk about coordination.
Right, exactly. Working together, regardless of anything else, working together and coordinating without somebody being a leader. And a collective, truly, the definition of collective is 100 or more people. So, you get 100 people voting on it and majority rules, and they all agree that whatever the vote outcome is what the outcome is.
Yeah, and I think if we're picking things that always have a positive outlook, we're not like voting on whether to burn somebody's house down, but the things that we vote on, right? Within your group, you're welcome. Geez, I say this several times during these. I am not telling anybody to go and burn anyone's house down.
When I had to drop the call, I had to talk to the detectives about that fucking car fire. Yeah, they're all. Did you see anything? I'm like, no, I didn't see that.
Exactly.
I saw nothing, and I definitely did not vote for that.
Anything said on the show is
No,
not
yeah,
influential.
Yeah, at all. We're never telling anybody to do that. Now, when I see things, I think that racist guy got punched in the face, the racist frog guy. Do I ever want any punched in the face? No. I didn't think that was that bad of a deal. Good on you. We're not going to vote on that, right? So, things like that, I think we need to make the distinction on what we're doing as a collective. And if I look out my window and you set a car cup on fire, I'm going to laugh. But that's not what I want anybody to do.
I think we need to speak of the power of coordination is is important. Okay, so you know how the terrorists, right? Like you hear about a guy bombs here, a guy bombs there, and you kind of hear about it, it kind of goes away, right? But the terrorist actions, where the terrorists have a guy bomb here and a guy bomb there and a guy bomb there, and all the bombs go off at once. All of a sudden, it's bedlam, and it's just mass hysteria when they start coordinating.
Mass pandemonium.
But collective, how do you get all the various sects to work together towards one common goal?
Right.
Oh my goodness, it is going to be so hard.
That has been my question for a while.
I think that sometimes. I don't know. I mean, that is part of the problem of, number one, a lot of us are activists and strong-willed, and the reason that we're fighting the system is because, look, I don't like being told what to do.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, I mean, I think part of it is...
Yeah, I was going to say fiercely independent.
Yeah, so that does lead to problems sometimes in our leadership and coordinating where, I was going to do that anyway, but, it's like, hey, get out of the chair. Well, I was leaving anyway. I was going to get out of the chair, but now that you told me to, fuck off. I'll stay here for the next 45 minutes.
Basically, you want everybody to work on something, like everybody at once, and what you got to do is you present the idea behind it. And then you let everyone put in their input, and that way the pros and cons of whatever somebody's input on the idea is can be discussed and either negated or included.
Right. Well, that's kind of like you guys talked about the creed. I think last night you guys talked about the creed, and that's kind of how the creed was created. I couldn't comment on the chat, but the creed actually was started in 2009. And how it worked was it was thrown out on 4chan and was passed around the back channels for about 2 years. until Wangy penned it, I think, in 2014, I want to say. Might have been a little earlier than that.
13.
Yeah, it might have been. Yeah, it might have been a little bit earlier. I forget when Wangy penned it, but that's exactly how it worked. An idea was presented, and which is why it took so long to come out, because it was a huge discussion on what goes in and what goes out. And one of the funnier things on there was, if you know the creed, which unfortunately I do too well. There's this thing about must have fine taste in music. That was a huge fucking debate, man, whether to put that in there. I mean, that was an argument. There were people pissed about, you can't tell people what fine music is, because to fine music, you had your metalhead saying, well, Slayer's good music.
Yeah, but that's the point. If somebody stands up and it was all like, well, what defines fine music? Because I like that. Well, then you're in. Fine music, easy money. That was such a personal thing that I think it's one of those questions that you ask people to almost get the reaction. And yeah, obviously you like fine music because you're so passionate about whatever song that is. You're in.
Well, I'm passionate about this 8-pointed star. And the 8 duties that go along with it. And I don't know, I mean, for example, since I am so passionate.
Because you're so passionate about whatever song that is. You're in.
Approved. I don't know what you guys think. But how would I begin to get everyone's approval?
Dude, you have to throw it around for a while.
Yeah, and that's the deal. I'd start posting it. I'd start talking about it. I would start.
I am. I'm talking about it right now.
Yeah, exactly. What you're doing now is what you would do to get it going.
Yeah.
And you just kind of present it. You more or less you just present it, and you can start on 4chan, Facebook, Twitter, wherever you go, and just start presenting it and see if it and talk to people and see if it catches on. I think it's a really good idea. I haven't investigated any other 8 points, which I would say, oh, okay, this is really cool. This is really cool, because I think it is a cool idea. Because something just like I wear the hem sector patch everywhere. That's what I wear, or at least on my hoodie. Anyhow. Because you're going to have people saying, well, the 8 stars represent Satan. And blah, blah, blah.
No. It stands for the planet Jupiter.
There's a certain percentage that, everything represents Satan. Right? I was watching a video.
You're Satan.
Lady, and I have nothing. No.
And you're Satan.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't. I don't look whether you like or dislike Satan. Really not my business. But right. So they've got this old lady, and she's got these energy drinks. In front of her, and she's got Monster, and she makes it out that.
Oh yeah, the fucking Monster ones.
I think I saw the picture.
And she goes through on how it's and she goes. I mean, she really gets into it on why Monster is the devil, right? And all I can see, while she's doing it is like, look, nobody tell her about tequila, right? She's gonna.
But yeah, to answer your question though, I mean, just start putting it on the memes. Start putting it. ARM is a great example of how that works. ARM, when I see ARM, I know ARM right off the bat. They came up with something that's original. They came up with their own colors. They came up with their own font. They never vary from it. They never change it. And Anonymous Resistance. You know who they are.
Who drew the little guy with the question mark head? Who drew him?
I'm not quite sure who actually came up with that.
Who did?
I'm not sure.
Right. How did that get started? I mean, who started that? Why don't we have records of this stuff? Why don't we have records?
Welcome to Anonymous.
Well, it's kind of
how is the archive?
Because whoever did it didn't want credit for it. Whoever did it just wanted it to be used. They didn't care about the credit for it.
Exactly.
Right. Exactly. And you have to understand, something with Anonymous, you kind of had to be there for a lot of stuff. Like, a lot of people don't know the history of the creed, and a lot of people don't even know where We Are Legion came from. Almost, unless you were there and you were part of it, you don't know where that saying came from. And
wasn't it the We Are Legion came from? Was a direct relation to the biblical script.
Actually, go back further than that.
Wasn't it used in a parody, right?
It was actually, well, I don't want to say. I'll say it on the air. I don't want to say it on the air because it's something that not everybody knows. But it was actually goes back to some original hackers. Not the cult of Cal, but
sorry guys, I got dropped.
Oh, the cult of Cal. Oh my God.
Oh, man.
So I guess talking about the fossil fuel industry, okay. Facebook, okay. The alcohol industry, no go.
But it goes back to there's actually an original group of hackers before 4chan even existed that started We Are Legion. It just never took off.
Right.
And then it was adopted by Anonymous over the years. But again, unless you were there, you don't know that. And that's why there's really not a history book, on it. There's some places, you can find certain stuff that's common knowledge, but unless you were there, like with the
It's
Creed.
such an odd, it's expanded. I started out in network administration. That was kind of how I was pushed in that direction. And I mean, this is way 90s. And when you think, where do we draw that line is where the hacker movement, the anonymous hacker movement started. Was it the freaks back, where they were hacking the phone systems and sending, collect calls and harassing.
Captain Crunch lived in my basement. Captain Crunch lived in my basement.
Yeah.
Captain Crunch lived in my basement. I swear to God.
It's really it's hard sometimes to see, okay, well, where did hacking start? Are we talking about hacking the system, computer hackers? There's really, and those kind of all led up to what turned into Anonymous.
There was what was that guy, Timothy McKnight, right?
Yeah. That's the guy that did the stock. What was the guy that hacked the stock market?
Yeah.
I mean, come on, man. That's one of the greatest hacks of all time.
89.
Yeah, and then there's a guy that hacked MTV? He hacked one of the giant news networks back in the 80s and managed to take over the TV for a little bit.
Why don't we do
during
that?
a live. And that dude, we have no idea who he was. Like nobody ever owned up to it. That's anonymous, baby.
Hell yeah. Oh yeah. So
when you do something that cool, and then I'm not interested in fame or fortune and all of that. It was done. Boom.
Why are not our usernames not our own?
Dude, I don't use my real name on anything.
Well, no. Let's say no. What I'm saying is, why aren't our usernames our own? As in, if I had, you have, Tron at Google gmail.com, shouldn't you? And I have Tron at yahoo.com. I could pretend to be you.
Yeah, and I mean some of that. I don't know. I would disagree that I own my username. There's anything that I post, really? Even the quotes that I make, I don't own them. If I'm telling the truth and that happens to be a trend, or that happens to turn into something trendy, that's fine. That's not, if that name, if I would disagree in that kind of, in my mind, I don't want ownership of any of it because I think that truth should always be for free. And, your usernames, your, things that you make, I really do think they should go out to the public, kind of the open source idea.
I agree.
I have that email. It's whatever it is at yahoo.com. I own that one. I'm the only one that's got that one. If you've got the same name at gmail.com, well, good on you. It sounded cool.
Right, and that's what it comes down to. You kind of adopt things, and I adopted Puck Arcs back in I think 2011, or my ex gave it to me. She's like, she told me I was Puck because I was the god of chaos. And then Arcs because of Black Arcs for anybody who
go the other way.
So it all just kind of flew together, and I've adopted it. And anybody you know me, I'm Puck Arcs. It's just how it goes, and that's with the 8 star.
Ooh, that sounds like
adding it to everything you do, man.
Not fun.
You make a meme.
Well, yeah, they had all their tactical gear on. I mean, riot shields, batons,
put your name, just put
everything.
Your symbol, and eventually, if it picks up, it picks up. Put it on the man.
And a lot of times you'll have people that, you've got your kind of people that have your back. Somebody will post something and be like, well, I just said that. And somebody will get on there and be like, no, I know the dude that said that, and they're undermined at the very moment. So, somebody's impersonating you as Puck Arts, that makes, someone else most of the time, just an organization will stand up and be like, oh no, I know who that guy is. And
that's what I was thinking.
Well, that happens as well.
How many Tyler Jordan
can't even see shit, it's too dark in here. Oh wait, no, people are still down here.
Said what? Well, isn't the focus, shouldn't the focus be on what's being said, not who said it?
That's right. That's exactly what I think as well.
I don't know if I want to get arrested.
I agree with that 100%.
Yep,
You know,
me
the fact
too.
that something's quotable when they're telling the truth is pointless. You know, is pointless as far as taking, in my mind, the truth
Oh,
is
the
the
officers,
truth. You
they
just
put
have
the
to put a
officer
couple
on
of words
administrative
together to
leave?
expose it.
Right, and if somebody copies and pastes it, you know what?
Good. I want the good pieces out there.
So you don't believe that one should own his own name?
Not into that. And I support your in yourself like I do. If you would like to own your own name,
Yeah, I know,
that's
it
cool.
sucked. I was like,
right, but as far as me,
oh well. I could have had 2,000 people watch me pee. That would have been
somebody else was doing. Yeah,
and it's 10 more than
you know,
I ever
somebody
thought would
wrote
watch me
something.
pee.
If somebody wrote something, really great, and they've only got 50 friends on Facebook, and they put my name on
Greg
it, but that
Tainer?
truth is so
What
much
the
that it gets
hell?
spread all around. I'm happy with it. Somebody used my name and did something horrible, and I can expose them as being the fraud that they are. That's good too. So no, I don't think that I own, I don't personally, I put out content, the things that I do, I put them to be used open source by anybody. Put your name on it, put my name on it, put their name on it, I don't care.
Right, because to me, if you own your name, you're letting your ego get in the way because it's not good for there's the whole we use anonymous.
I think I can walk back now.
One of us goes down. 10
Oh, they
more
closed off
reappear.
the street.
If that is truly the case, then your name is nothing, and we are all eventually going to pass. I don't know how long everybody's been involved with activism or hacktivism or whatever, but
well, as far as activism, I think I got quite a long in. But as far as the as hacktivists go, I'm starting to get to the other end of there's, like I say it tons of times, there's a 12-year-old in South Korea that it will blow me out of the water.
Oh hell yeah!
So I mean, I am starting to get to I'm starting to get kind of old for the 18-year-old, the kids that are coming up now. They've been so immersed in technology that we were exploiting 10 years ago.
Hell, I got a 15-year-old kid fucking making his own operating system right now.
I mean, like, I don't. Eventually, we do kind of. It moves on, and we kind of, our job is to kind of show what we've learned and how to apply that, so that the next generations can continue to fight the system.
Exactly.
And it's going to sound so silly, but while we were up here in Standing Rock, we do have kids. We're all there's people there's children playing around all the time. So we set up the drone, and me and the kids just ran around, and it's following drones, so it'll follow the rest band, and we just ran around and we taught them how to avoid drones. Was that something that I was doing as a kid? No. Is it something that they're going to need to use in the future to continue to fight the system? 100%.
Right, and actually going back to that, you guys mentioned the drones at Dapple, and you weren't here for this either. But the problem with the drones is Myron had four shot down just last week.
Oh man, I've had 3 of mine. Like me and Myron are the only people left here flying drones. If you guys saw the actions today, like we were on them. What we've done at the moment is we've worked it out. So he's landing and recharging, I'm taking off, and we literally just made 12-hour shift of nonstop flying.
Right, but Myron couldn't get back in the camp today. He was in the south end, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, we're flying from an undisclosed location, so I mean we have eyes on them.
Is listening for the address that they actually have sharpshooters on the hill looking for the drones. So
yeah, we have to stay in an undisclosed location. We have to use camouflage. We have to camouflage our launches and retrievals. So like normally, you're flying like I said, he's had a lot more. And I'll give this to you. I'm an in and out pilot, right? So I'll fly in. Here's whatever I'm going to picture of, and I'm out. He puts in the work. He'll loiter there at the risk of, not only being traced to where he's, going back to, just to get the word out. So, I mean, you really have to give it to him, to putting in the long haul and hanging around so that you can really see what's going on. That's why he's lost, close to 10 drones at that point. We've only lost about 5. We have to keep camouflaged. We both have learned now to land and take off from the back of a pickup truck, which I know it's a lot trickier than it sounds sometimes. So that we're not, you'll see the glint of the reflection of the snipe. They'll put them in our eyes
of the
earlier
blade,
today
right?
Earlier today, the DAPL surveillance plane tried to dip down below the 400 or 500 foot range, which is where we fly our drones, in the hopes that they could pin that on one of us, that we were trying to hit the plane with the drone. So
and
I
they
mean,
got
we have to
like
take,
geese, which was hilarious.
yeah. Like I said, the drone programs that we have going on, that's all I'm doing at the moment is flying the drones and keeping. They've removed all of the press, so all the independent can't media, they moved off. I don't know if you guys knew about what happened. I mean, it wasn't a story that I think has been spread very often, but we were contacted. Camp Media was contacted by two people. One claiming to be a UN observer.
Yes. Yeah, I
And
shared
the
that
other
last
one
night.
claiming to be a person from Amnesty International, gave our team hey, we're waiting outside for you. They happen to have somebody. We don't go and meet people, you know what I mean? It's just not, because of what happens here, you can't be caught alone like that. We had somebody walk by, and they had, there's 3-4 black trucks waiting out there for them, and what happened there on all levels, and these were official people, official emails, official phone calls, and it turned out to be some sort of operation.
Smoke and mirrors.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it was two ladies that were.
And these guys were talking. If you guys would have heard this, these guys, contacted and said, "Yeah, we're going to be there. We're flying people in, and this is what's supposed to be the UN and Amnesty International, which have both been here." And they said, "We're going to go up there with our badges next to the police lines." They really did talk a good game. They knew who they were talking about. All of it. Like childish, a Morton County cop, sitting back there fucking with the phones. This was a real operation. So, I mean, some of the things that were going off, they see electronic warfare and technology. As long as we have a drone up, we can expose everything that they're doing. And that is so dangerous to them. They would have came in the camp and put up today if they could have gone away with it. But we had 6 drones up in the air. There was nothing they could do when they had eyes on them all the time.
Right, and they actually used something different this time. Is rather than use males, they were both females.
Yeah, I mean, the honeypot's something we always. I'm not sure if you knew this. They came in and Smooth taught the works. What an actual operator, right, had managed to get into, came in looking for press, had managed to get into the media area, and then a day before they were supposed to have this raid, smashed up all the broadcasting equipment so that you couldn't broadcast live stream out. Be real quick, being the tech warriors we are, doing some quick organizing, we fixed that problem real quick. But the point was that these aren't childish acts. These are people that were in the camps. These are actual operators.
You have documentation. You have photographs and stuff. You documenting all that?
Yeah, I mean, this isn't, we've documented all of it, the damage that they've done. The deal is, none of this is really all that hidden, the games that they've played here. The stuff with the drones, I mean, both Dewey and I have both really exposed it for all it can be exposed, and no, nobody's listening.
And Archer was doing a good job before that of exposing it also until he had to take off. But, they brought up a good point with the media, which they talked about earlier in the show before you and I both came on. Was the fact that for this specific date, Morton County put out a press release stating you had to officially apply to the governor to get a media, because people people in the chat were talking about it's easy to get a press. You generally speaking, yes, but in this specific eviction date, no. You had to be approved by the governor, which basically is nepotism. We all know this.
Don't have a rule. I'm trying to pull this out of my head, but I'm thinking about freedom of the press. Is that a thing?
It's on a paper, and
I'm trying to piece some things together here, but I thought somebody had figured this out already.
Like Benjamin Franklin or something.
Yeah. There we go. Yeah, that does kind of ring a bell.
So for this specific event, unless you were, handpicked, you were not allowed to have a press pass, and you were threatened with arrest. So far tonight, it seems peaceful. I know
Now, I would like to throw this out. You guys do know that they weren't able to evict us today, right?
Yeah,
Like, that's
no,
something
you
that
told me.
nobody's
You
talked
told
about.
me.
We won, man. We won today. For whatever reason it was, they called in, you know, a 2,000-man army, and we murdered them. Like, no,
I
we're
think
fine.
it's media. To be honest with you, this is the first time mainstream media and even your alternative media channels were all there.
Yeah, NBC
Now,
was there.
and I have to give it. You know, I'm not.
They were there for the blood.
Yeah, I'm not. No. I mean, completely separate for that. I'm not endorsing Young Turks on the show or anything of that. But specifically, Jordan from Young Turks, man, he has been here in the trenches with us. He's had to wear bulletproof vests. You know, when they were, when there was an action, I mean, this guy was there to really expose what was going on. And I mean, not just once. Like, he's done. I think I've met him in the time I've been here. I think he's been here 4 or 5 times. Maybe even more than that. And I mean, from beginning to end, he's been in the trenches with us. I'm not endorsing, his organization, but as a journalist, I've got some respect for the guy for what he's been, for what he's done.
That Jordan's kick-ass. Unicorn Riot did a really nice job. They've been there since early on. But in regards to, I think, why they didn't raid tonight.
Oh, they couldn't. If you guys saw my drone footage from today, we couldn't fly. I mean, we were flying, right? But we were getting good gusts of 10. There was one time, if you guys can't see it, but I mean, my drone was almost sideways. I was worried we were going to flip it. With the wind gusts that we were getting, it was almost like blizzard conditions at one point, and they couldn't use the smoke grenades. Smoke grenades rely on the smoke being able to hang around with 20 mile an hour winds. The smoke grenades are useless. So that was really the reason for not coming in. But look, this isn't the first time the battle has been won because of the weather. Like, that's fine. Ask the 300.
Right, and that's
if the storm's
that's where you have to ask yourself, for those who aren't spiritual, did the prayers last night work? Chase did a really good live feed last night talking about how the skies were black over the Dapple, but full sunshine over the camps. And,
it was really interesting to see.
And were the spirits and watching out for them over this, and did the bad weather, was that brought by the spirits, for those of you who aren't spiritual out there?
Yeah, so I mean, I see that as a win. For whatever reason, we are not the first small group of warriors to beat a gigantic, well-armed army, because that's the way the wind blows, man.
Well, and it's far from over. And it's far from over. And to get back, in the chat, people are asking, how can you support? You know what? If you don't have the money, which a lot of activists don't, because we do this with our hearts, not with our finances. We don't have any.
There's a couple, like, for our group that's here, Support the Revolution, GoFundMe, like everything else we do is completely transparent. But we had people donate so that when one of the drones got shut down, we could go and get another one and be right back out there. When our broadcast equipment was broken, the broadcast equipment was bought and donated. We built the booster systems, but the parts were all bought by people donating, and that has really been the entire movement going. No, people can't give $1 million in one shot, but look, dude, I'll give you 10 to keep up the struggle.
Right, and for those of you who can't give the money, there's other ways you can do it. You can share the feed, and don't just share it on your page, man. Share it. Join all the DAPL groups. Join all the water protector groups. Join all the pipeline groups out there. Join United Humanity groups. Don't just share it to your personal page.
Make giant signs.
Yeah, giant signs. That's the deal. That's where it comes into by. That's where it comes into by every means necessary. It's going to take all of us to beat these monsters. It's going to take all of us. Those of us that make music. Those of us that make memes. Those of us that make art. Those of us that are programmers. Like.
Well, even still,
they're making giant banners. It's got to be all of us to beat them.
And you know what? And even go to your local bank. Go to your local TD bank and just hand out, information on what DAPL is and that TD is funding DAPL also. There's so many different things that people can do. During your lunch hour, just bring it up in conversation.
I'm going to do that one.
Bring it up in conversation.
You don't have to choose just one.
Yeah, you don't. You can do all of them if you want.
Just get
do one at a time.
Work.
Yeah, I mean, there really is. We got to hit these clowns everywhere, everywhere. I want that up in the middle of the night in sweats of what we're going to do next. That's kind of the what it's going to take. And honestly, guys, there's 7 billion of us. There's 1,000 of them, right? The people that are pulling the strings right? There's only 1,000 of them. There's 7 billion of us. Even if we were ants, we would be able to take them. If we were ants and they had flamethrowers, we would be able to take them.
Right, and understand, it really only takes about 3% of that, statistically speaking, it only takes about 3.5% of the population to make positive change. Because
I mean, I'm not gonna. I think we can do it with a small number, but I'm under the impression that setting our goals way too low. Everybody, come on, get on the train. We're doing this.
I think our bread and butter has always been the web sit-ins. That's our bread and butter. We always got to go back to that, and really that's where our power. I think our power lies.
Well, it also goes. And also for you tech savvy people, it goes into leaks and getting documents and exposing the corporations for what they're really doing behind the scenes.
Yeah, and I mean that was something that I think Edward Snowden really embodied. In the fact that, look, maybe you weren't an activist or, you're a spoiled rich kid, that's totally cool. But if you see something wrong and you're willing to really wake up the rest of the world, that's amazing. If a secretary that right now is listening to this show and has that nice little tidbit of information, that may be what takes down the whole system.
And anyone can download the low cannon.
The what?
LOIC? LOIC.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a new one called Zor. It's out.
Yeah, and so anyone can join the cause by just downloading.
Right, and anyone can get an encrypted email and send the information anonymously.
Right.
Well, and we are working on trying to get a very similar system to WikiLeaks. It's kind of been exposed. I haven't looked into it quite as much as I should. About some other, and this has nothing to do with Russia and the Trump thing, just I'm not sure if WikiLeaks is always on the level. Makes any sense? I'm not saying that they don't have their right in the heart places, the places most of the time, but I think there are some evidence that maybe they're not quite as clean as they were, but we do need to have a place where people can drop off information and walk away. That bit.
I agree.
And we're going to have to build that system because, unfortunately, there is the monitoring and all of that. We have to make it so that, there's no way to trace it back, that people feel comfortable enough that this is somewhere that I can drop off information and it'll be used in the right way, not to candidate win the election. You know what I mean? That kind of.
We should streamline that process, I believe. We should streamline the anonymous process.
Well, the first part for anybody who's listening, if you don't use it already, I highly recommend Proton Mail. Proton Mail.
Proton.
Yes, Proton Mail is pretty secure. You can pay it's like €5. You get the extra bells and whistles.
I think I'm using. I have a RiseUp.net account, and it's pretty secure.
Well, Proton's even running on Torbase. They did that late 2016 or early 2017. So Proton is about as secure as you can really get right now.
I agree.
And find the people is you can really send it to anybody, and do it. That's how you do it anonymously. Yeah. And while I have everybody. Are you guys using Cell 411 out there at Standing Rock right now? I know I suggested it back in August.
I think most people are using Signal at the moment.
Or Zello.
To be honest, there's not a lot they're listening and they're recording a lot of information and people's emails and all of that stuff, and it really is all to find out that you hate Dabble. And I just think that the amount of so you get an encrypted, you've went through all of this, and really they've done so much research on something that they just could have asked me and I would have told them that. we're not. It's real, we're not. We're not blowing anything up. We have no intention. Nobody. None of these are happening. So the information that they're getting is so obvious.
I just thought of something. I have thoughts. They come to me like flashes. Okay, like the pink ribbons, the red ribbons. You know what I mean? What if we had a ribbon for Dapple, like a black ribbon?
Oh, the black one's already taken.
Okay, yeah, and I don't
brown.
I mean, like a piece of toilet paper I recently wiped my ass with. I'm not sure what kind of ribbon would represent the fossil fuel industry.
They kind of have the wind, the dream catcher. They kind of have that right now. It's really been taken off.
Yeah, and I would say maybe it would be to maybe start to use that to represent green fuel.
It needs to be something simple, something basic that anyone can just take a piece of cloth or a piece of something one color and tie it and put it on them. You see? It needs to be something simple. You know what I'm saying? That way, when you see somebody else, oh hey, he's supporting. Everyone's wearing them. Hey, what that ribbon?
Yeah, well, that's a good idea. I mean, it's a good idea.
I would buy a fucked apple ribbon.
But it would have to be one color, so anyone could just rip a piece of cloth, or you see what I'm saying? It have to be something, the simpler the better.
Yeah, I mean, we would have to the symbolism.
The safety pin and
I don't like we do have to use that symbolism to unify, because I mean, you can look at a symbol and it tells you, everything about that movement or that.
Right.
Yeah. I do agree with that. Are we going to make one against Dapple, or are we going to make one that's more that's pro green energy, or pro the fight for green energy?
It's an excellent question.
Good question. And that is a great question, because Dapple isn't winding down. The fight will always be there, but I know the topic of the show were STPL, XXL pipeline still. What can we do to encourage more people to get involved with those pipelines down in Florida, crossing Canada borders? What are some of the solutions that we can start bringing awareness to this? Because they're all kind of being brushed under the rug right now, unfortunately.
Well, and not only that, it's something that, I mean, everybody has noticed now. There's at least one pipeline in the state, and most of the time there's hundreds of pipelines in the state. And and not to mention worldwide, and single one of them leaks.
I think
so
clean
you
energy,
start running into the problem where you post the Sable pipeline, and that's an important one. But there's another 1,000 pipelines right next to it that are leaking just as much.
Clean energy is at the source. Right. Is that the source? It is the core, I believe. Clean energy.
Yeah, I think we need to focus on replacing their asses, because if all of us spread across the country holding hands, we wouldn't be able to cross all of the pipelines. So that causes all sorts of problems, where it's not that each pipeline isn't extremely important, but there's so many of them leaking oil into our environment.
The Alaskan pipeline leaks all the time, and they don't find it for weeks.
And we talk about leaks, but fracking, that's leaking on purpose. You know what I mean? That entire industry is just pumping nastiness through your water supply.
Or you remember the BP leak in the ocean where they couldn't fucking cap the thing and it was still fucking leaking?
You mean the one that now has completely ruined the Gulf of Mexico? It's just one giant dead zone?
Yeah, that's bad. That's real bad.
Yeah, so I mean, there's now that iron leak, that iron ore leak in Brazil that is pretty much it's over. You know what I mean? It killed everything.
I think people could get behind.
Yeah, I think we can get in that kind of, when we don't need fossil fuel. Look, I've got a liter of whale oil here. Would anybody like to buy it from me?
No.
Yeah, I mean, there isn't an amount of. It's not needed. What the fuck am I going to do with whale oil? And we need to make fossil fuel that much that when someone comes up and I've got a gallon of gas, and you're like, what am I going to do with
What
that?
the fuck are you doing with it?
Yeah, I think somebody should be called. Isn't that explosive? I mean, I don't exactly.
Is that legal?
Yeah, that's some really shit there. You know what happens if you spill that somewhere?
I'll mention
I don't know.
hydrogen oxygen fuel cell. I'll mention it again.
But are you qualified to even handle that? I don't
oxygen fuel cell is
replace this industry altogether. It's like arguing on what's the symbol for the for the slave trade. Let's just not use slaves.
Right, yeah. I think we really need to put more effort into really promoting alternative fuel.
The
You
thing
know?
is, it's here. The technology's here. You know, there was a guy, you know, that Indian guy with the bloom box. I think the only drawback with the bloom box is that he had to replace the filters, but he's almost perfected the technology on these things. They're about the size of.
And
they're
look,
about
I think
the size of like
everybody's seen.
Go ahead.
Well, no, I think everybody's seen the the vehicles that run on water now, and like that guy on the motorcycle. That looks like a blast. There's cars that a guy in a car that does it as well. So I mean,
it all starts with a symbol.
Yeah, I mean, look, we can pretty much make power anywhere, anytime. We just really have to get away. Some of it's human nature, so I think we are going to have to start with you plug it into the wall and you get your power. But in all actuality, energy is all around us. We just don't use it.
Right.
Remember, Shell was. I was talking about this. A few weeks, or no, a couple shows ago. Is that Shell shot down hydrogen fuel cell technology. The way they said that they were going to make it from the extraction process of mining fossil fuels or some sort of gas that they had got that they were drilling into. And I'm like, no, it's really fucking cheap to make fucking hydrogen. All you need is electricity and fucking water. And
okay,
and the only reason they kept on shooting it down is because they can't make a profit off of it.
Yeah, and I think there's some other, and I really off the top of my head, I can't remember what this compound is, but it's absolutely everywhere. God, he made a really cool silver car that that it works on. I'll actually, I mean, hold on a second. I feel bad for this, but I'm gonna have to Google it. But you know, it's like if you pick up a piece of soil, you know, you could power for, you know, X amount of miles. It's like absolutely everywhere around us. I just have to find the compound that it is. So
yeah, but the problem we're going to run into is that all the tools are there. Everything we need to run on clean energy is available. However, it's getting people, number one, to bank it because there's really no money to be made in it. And oil they have so many ways to make money on oil, and I've discussed this in the past on other shows, in that with big oil, you know, all these people, you know, the big people that are hoarding the oil, you know, DAPL and STBL, the Sable the trail, is that, you know, it creates jobs. What they're not understanding is it's creating, I think, 1/10 of permanent jobs for everybody.
Yeah, it's such a small number. I think the DAPL pipe is like 20 or 50.
Right, because they don't maintain them. They know they're going to leak, but the reason they let them leak is they also hold the insurance on that, and they make money off the insurance because they are also making the chemicals that clean up all these oil spills. They own the construction companies that clean up these oil spills, and they're making money on top of that.
Well, let me comment on this jobs thing real quick. The Bayou Bridge pipeline, they straight up, like, in their press conference when DAPL Energy Transfer was giving their press conference, they said that this pipeline was going to create, and they proudly said this, like they were boasting about it. They said it will create a permanent 12 jobs. And like, awesome. Dude, everybody in that room, like 1,000 people were stunned. It was just like nobody even knew if they should laugh or cry or be like, "Fuck you," or like what to do.
Yeah, where you're just standing there looking at him like
Christmas, kids.
Yeah, like you're looking at. I must have entered into some sort of alternate universe where that just came out of your mouth.
12 jobs.
Like even really I mean, that's one of the things that you look at it. That, you know, you wrote a press conference and you said that in front of a board of other people, and they're like, "Oh yeah, totally go on national TV and say that you're making 12 jobs."
Oh no, there was probably about 100 journalists there, like all kind of alternative media, local news stations, and then like full of like the townspeople and like people from the surrounding area, all kind of activists in there, and then like. Yeah, maybe so like 10% was like senators and shit.
Yeah, so just invite 100 people, 85 of you fuck off, and that's really like that's really all of the people that we're hiring. Have a great day. Have a great day.
Oh. So infrastructure. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about infrastructure of the collective. And how do we see? Let's say we just want a symbol for the clean energy symbol. The ribbon or whatever. If we were to make that an idea. Like, how would we spread it, make it viral?
Well, I mean, that's going to take a concerted effort. I mean, some of it, that's what makes something going viral so cool, and that it's completely and utterly organic.
Yeah.
You know, some things are really important and go viral. Other things are just absolutely stupid, but it's such a show of what is the collective that this is what everybody's looking at right now. Over it like that. I don't think anybody that started anonymous expected to turn into a tens of millions of people all over the world marching in the street. I mean, it just wasn't. But yet that idea went viral. There is no way to just, we can push it, we can advertise on it, we can work together to move it. But some of it is supposed to happen organically. That's something that happens in the internet that makes the internet special. Nobody's selling it to you. You want to see it.
Where do we start?
Information. Information, knowledge, and truth are the key. And a big reason I hung up my mask way back when was after the Occupy. I was a co-founder of Occupy, and after Occupy and Anonymous came in, Anonymous started picking up every left-wing liberal that there was. And Anonymous was never meant to be a liberal group. It was meant to stop censorship, plain and simple.
I think one of the things that really, that as well. I think our relentless fight against child molestation in a world that seems to be extremely allowing of child molestation, I think really unite people on a level that they normally wouldn't have been united, and got people interested in it, in us being the good guys, regardless of what our I'm not going into a Pizzagate kind of thing. I'm not where I'm going with this, but I am going with, it seems like we've taken it upon ourselves to call out people, to expose child molestation in a world that doesn't want it. And I think that really did.
Except for a lot of people, such a large majority of the population has been molested, still refuses to talk about it. But I think in order to get Anonymous and keep Anonymous rolling the way it was, what picked it up steam was the truth. It was not idle threat on the internet of saying, I'm going to dox you, I'm going to expose. It was focusing on the larger issues of the world, and we need to get back to, we don't make threats, we keep promises. You know what I mean?
I agree.
And that has gone away, and the best way to do that is just keep encouraging and keep teaching the truth and knowledge, which is what the grassroots were.
And I think in general, I'd say in our group and other talking about, it's never, we very rarely threaten anybody. What we do say is stop what you're doing, or we'll expose you. Stop what you're, a lot of these people, we have given them more than ample opportunity to step away from the evil things that they're doing, and then finally we'll release it. The big with the K, with the K, stop what you're doing, or we will release this information. Stop what you're doing, and they didn't do it, and we released it. But we try to always give ample opportunity to you see the error of your ways, or we will expose you. Look, if you're worried about, if exposing child molesters, we've warned you. We're coming for you. Feel free to stop molesting children.
Right, but
that really is,
that fucking simple.
But how many times, like I think Rose brought it up earlier, or Echo, I'm not sure which you brought it up, but they brought it up that you have to keep the truth, and you have to make sure it's accurate, because you are delegitimizing everything.
Yeah, and I think right away, and we've not only do we have to work with what we're saying being legitimate, we've got thousands of paid people whose only job is to undermine what we're saying.
Right.
To purposely put out misinformation under our name or hacks when the I don't know why we went down this, but when the KKK files were first released, it was immediately released another list, and there was like 1 or 2 names on there that had nothing to do with the original list, but it had gotten shared so much when it's exposed, those 1, 2 names almost undermined the entire thing.
Right, and that's where you have to become responsible. If you look at a pastebin, or don't, if for anybody out there, don't use pastebin. Please stop using pastebin, for crying out loud. Because they can delete it and it's gone forever. Try using your Ghostbin. It's a good go-to.
Yeah, Ghostbin's pretty good.
Dropbox, something that you can do. But anyhow, where I'm going with this is, make sure what you're sharing is legitimate. That's where it does take, you are responsible also. And exactly what he just said was, when you share pastebin and you don't double check it, we are delegitimizing all the work that people worked on Operation KKK on. Somebody plugged in some false names, and therefore the entire operation was delegitimized. And you saw the news channels picking up on that. They weren't picking up on who we did expose and the real problem. They picked up on our mistake. And it wasn't even a mistake necessarily. It was adjusted to put us in a bad light and make it look like we don't know what we're doing. So before you share a pastebin or a Ghostbin or a news article, double check it first. It really, doesn't take that much time to find out, the little things, who it is. Run down the names real quick.
Well, that's, I think, where the word docs comes from. Is at the beginning you're supposed to have the documents. Where are the documents? You want to flame someone? You want action taken against it? You want my help? I want the documents. I want the doc. Give me the docs.
Right. Well, right? And I know that, some people get a little bit annoyed with me because I seem to kind of always be preaching this, but I'm always trying, remind people you have to keep, fundamentally, you always have to be making sure that you're not compromising the integrity of what we're doing, and you are compromising the integrity if you're not going that extra step and making sure that you're double checking and triple checking and quadrupling and whatever, to make sure that what you're putting out is legit.
Oh yeah, like how many fake docs have you seen around? You call the number and it ain't the right person. Yeah.
Right.
Well, that's also done exactly by what he said. There's people who will dox themselves fakely and make sure it gets spread by either their SOC or friends with them who are trying to give a bad name to whatever collective or idea they're part of on purpose, and it makes them look like a fool.
Right.
And that's exactly what their goal is.
Well, and it also sort of like. I even just said the other day myself, I don't pay super close attention to many docs, especially depending on where it comes from, because there are too many of them that just, they're not accurate. They're not, they're
like so bad. They're so
look
bad.
like some angry diary entry, That's all it is. It's just some disgruntled fucking journal entry.
I have a good example that I would like to bring up. It's very important to me. I'm facing 20 years right now for something I didn't do, and it has to do with Home Depot, actually. And anyway, but I don't expect anyone to do anything about it, so I scan in every single page of my discovery, 169 pages, and have that ready and have them read it and make sure that they know that I'm innocent. I don't expect anyone to do anything about that.
But there's a personal responsibility that does along with that, and that's let's get rid of personal reputation, but let's think about the greater good. And when you start sharing fake information or false information, you're not let's just say you're not harming yourself. You're harming the people that have been doing this, that have been there since the beginning. And that's why Anonymous has lost so many old fags, is because of what is occurring with so many people not being precise and doing a diary docs or a Facebook docs and saying this is all this person's Facebook profiles and and they make up all this outlandish stuff. And anytime, my advice is always look for when it says an anonymous source. Anytime you see an anonymous source, question it.
Yeah, I agree. And we do post things that are, but we try to have, we try to do as much research. We do get things that are from anonymous sources, but most of the time, their pictures, their things. We try to definitely do the research when we do post something that's from an anonymous source for two reasons. Number one, to make sure it's legit, and number two, to make sure that we're not exposing the person that thinks that they're sending something anonymously. You get a picture and you're like, well, you can see all the people in the picture. You can, you've given away, it's not really anonymous. We know who you work with. We know, you can make so much out from information. We have to protect those people as well. And we, there's things
and you do. And there's, then there are circumstances where, I have a handful of people that I trust. If they give me something, I know they've done their diligence on this.
Yeah, definitely.
And so you have to look at also who else is doing it. And there's nothing wrong with being polite to someone and saying, hey, you know what, this information is inaccurate. You might want to remove it. But do it in a polite manner. And I know, I don't want to call them out, but somebody all know payments in the past. But at the same time, I respect their work and what they've done. And I thank him for bringing me on, because there is a certain point where we are all working together. We all have the same goal, and that's what it comes down to.
And we need to help each other. And we need to help each other.
To be honest,
we have to help each other. We cannot.
There's an emotional part of it, and I don't want to get too far in it, but of it that does come along with working for those kind of goals. And that, if my, if Dapple posts lies, it doesn't hurt me. I'm not surprised. They're bastards, right? So that doesn't surprise me. But then when you have somebody that you are close with, that you have that kind of disagreement with, it does affect you on on an emotional level, and that takes a minute to work down. You're friends. That's why it meant so much that they said or didn't say something, or
that's why we have these conversations.
I have a friend, and really we had gotten into an argument over certain uses of certain languages in certain situations. And I was tagged in it, so I went to go check it out, and I'm kind of like, look, man, you can't, you obviously didn't ask me about any of this, and at the end of the day, you sided with a bunch of people that were pretty much berating another person, and we kind of hung out about it. It wouldn't have affected me if it was just some random troll. You know what I mean? And it took a minute for us to kind of come to terms with each other and just be, well, I guess I was being a dick, and I guess you were being a dick too. So now that we both came to that conclusion, we can move on.
Right, and you have to understand that you're allowed to disagree. If we're all individuals. Someone said to me last night, we're all a grain of sand. We're all part of the beach. But we're all individuals, and we have to understand that we're allowed to disagree with each other. That's part of how we learn. I learn from people. My greatest mentors, not my mentors, but my greatest teachers have been the ones that have taught me something that I didn't know, even though I disagreed with them.
Can we talk about can we talk about the difference between revenge and justice?
Oh, most definitely.
Definitely.
Most definitely.
Yeah.
I have to head out. So I'm gonna have to get off of the feed for now.
I'm gonna have to take off relatively soon here too. Revenge is always done for yourself, where justice is done for somebody else.
Hey, that's exactly what I was gonna say. Revenge is your ego.
I see these anonymous revenge people. You seen that? I think it's an hour.
I mean, I would say, some of it, is just flash. You don't have to look at, them where you're. It's not a tit for tat thing.
No.
There was no. There's definitely the differences in justice is the point behind it. Why you're doing what it is. You look at, we start getting into the debate, like, is capital punishment, corporal punishment and all of that, is that legitimate? Is that actual justice? Because in a lot of cases, the most you can ask for is money. You don't actually get justice. That person killed your child, you don't get to kill one of their children. You know what I mean? So, you do have to make justice and revenge can look very similar at certain times, but there is a difference between the two.
I think we need to be the difference.
I think I would say the main difference between justice and revenge is revenge is done for the self-ego, while justice is done for the better of humanity.
Exactly. Yeah, I really do agree.
Yeah. I just wanted to get that out there.
Yeah, and do we have like like I said, I imagine them to hit us pretty early in the morning. So I mean, I gotta bail. Just
okay. It was,
got like
it was
5
great
hours.
speaking with you and meeting you. I hope to speak with you and meet you another time.
Yeah, I mean, I think like this week I haven't really been able to get on very often, but anytime I see you guys on, I'll go when I can.
Thank you.
Take care, Chad.
Your input is invaluable.
See you again. Talk to you soon.
Arm?
Jay, did you come in the conversation? Is that you, Jay?
Yeah, man.
Hey, brother. Good to speak with you, man.
Hi, George.
Hey, what's going on, Jay?
Hello, Jay.
Hi, guys.
Hey, so what you want?
Yeah, what do you want to talk about? Bring it. What were some of the?
It'll be pretty quiet because my parents are still asleep.
That's all right. Hide in your basement.
Hey, Jay, is your dad doing okay?
Yeah, he's all right, man, at the moment.
Okay.
But so what were some of the other topics on your agenda today?
Arm? All right, we had the resources, extraction war.
Oh, resource war. Resource war, yeah.
You guys want to talk about that?
We haven't gone into it yet.
Do it.
Well, water is.
Everyone's doing really good. The show's doing really well, and let's keep it going.
I believe
whoever mentioned about the black armbands, that was an amazing idea.
Yeah.
Who was that?
Yeah, thank you.
Wicked. That's right.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it doesn't have to be black. I don't know. It could be another color. I guess black, because we're black and white. The guy, the little question mark heads. We kind of rep black. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
So maybe black ties, maybe, or something. I don't know. Black something.
Well, I've always liked the ties for protests. I think the student tie is very respectable, and I think that would help bringing back the anonymous name and bring education that they once had. Because if you're honest with yourself, I think I would hope we can all agree that it doesn't instill fear into the people like you do.
Yeah,
I still think that we need both, honestly. I think you need people out there in the mask and full tactical gear, and you all out there in this that are willing to engage and talk to the people. There's been protests here where one of the things that we chant is off of the sidewalks and into the streets, and nobody moves. But if you walk being with a mask on, you start talking to them, come join us, you're raising your fist with us, come on, come march with us, nothing bad's going to happen to you.
Yeah.
Come learn a little.
I think it should be
it
should be old flags and new flags joined together, and we all form some sort of unity. And
yeah, we need the we need the unity back, dude. Definitely.
Absolutely. Like one of the biggest divides that has happened was old fags getting mad at new fag doing stuff, and the new fag, you don't know shit, and dismissing them.
You're like,
and
I just got here, I don't know what the fuck is going on.
and then there was this, and then there was Op New Blood and everything else. And I'm like, all right, well, with Op New Blood, you're trying to recruit people and get people involved and interested. You have to educate them. Just be like, come join us.
I'm constantly
good luck.
All right, I'm here, but I have no clue what the fuck I'm doing.
But there's two sides to that, though. There, from an old fag point of view, I guess I'm an old fag now. The point of
you are.
Thank you, Jay. Appreciate that. But from an old fag point of view, is sometimes when we reach out to the new fags, okay, we are accused of being a leader, and maybe it's our presentation. I don't know. And that's something that comes in there, because I am in no way a leader of these things. I can barely lead myself from day to day. I'm sure as hell not leading an idea. All right. Do I, have I have lots of useless knowledge? Yes, I do. Have I been around for a while? Yes, I have. But ever accused of being a leader, and I think that's one of the challenges that we face. And I love reaching people. I think Jay is a great joy educating him, and him and I have had some intense talks. We've had disagreements, we've had arguments, but we always come back together because I think Jay understands my point of view and I understand his point of view. In that's what we need to get past is how can we do need to unite as one voice again, but we all need to put aside everything and understand that we can all learn from each other. I've learned from the news people, and I hope, I can't speak for anybody, but I hope I've taught other people as well. And that's what we need to do.
So we need a symbol. We need symbols to unite throughout history. Yeah, you've seen it.
Well, I told you how
we do have a symbol to unite us. We have the mask to unite us. But, at the same time, when even old fags and new fags, there is anger from old fags. There's a lot of them. There's not very many left, like myself and Lubers, who are willing to reach out and say, "Hey, man, I'm here for you."
Maybe the symbol has been diluted, and we need a new symbol.
Well, it has been diluted.
Another symbol, I should say. Another symbol. Why can't we have more than one? Go ahead.
Well, we do have more. I agree with you. I think there is something that needs to unite us. 2016 was supposed to be the year of unity, and it became more of a year of chaos. But there are a lot of people who are angry because a lot of people aren't willing to listen, and if they are, and the ones who aren't willing to listen then go around and say, "Oh, this person is trying to be leader and tell me what to do." And I never tell. I simply say, as a friend, might want to watch a little more and not speak so quick. I might want to step back from the situation and not get into a situation. And from the new people, they'll remind me about why I got involved in activism in the first place.
Well, speaking of symbols, I'm just throwing this out there. What we do here is we wear black rings.
Cool, man.
We wear black rings, a ring on our fingers that is black.
Okay, collar, color, and sending.
Yeah, and so that way, and that's just something we do, and that's like one symbol, and that way, you can do that, and you're like, oh, okay, that's one thing. And I want to adopt a star would be nice. That it goes around the guy in the globe. The guy's in the globe, he's got the wreath around him, right? And I had a question about the wreath. Because there's 7 chevrons usually, right? Little leaf thing. What do the 7 chevrons stand for?
What?
I have 7 clue.
Right, exactly. They should stand for something. Each chevron should have a meaning, and the point at the top. You see what I'm saying? The symbol. I think the guy who drew it should probably have had something in mind.
Yeah.
Because why isn't there 6 chevrons or 4 big ones? You see?
Are you talking about the anonymous logo? Or what are you talking about?
Yes. The chevron.
Okay, I think the leaf around the world is supposed to symbolize peace.
Okay.
Yes.
Right. But why are there 7 chevrons on each side as opposed to 6 or 5 or 4? You see?
I'm looking at it right.
Because we're odd.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and
we're all oddballs.
You see?
I don't know.
6 chevrons and a point right there. 7 altogether. 6 chevrons and the point. You see? I think lending meaning to the wreath and the chevron gives us. I don't know. To me, it should mean something. I don't know. It could have been just some kid with Photoshop.
My logo has 8.
Okay, see how there's no set logo now. You know what I mean? That's in the spirit of really. But to have the same symbol.
Yeah.
You see, that's the unity that we're speaking of, correct?
It's Green Man.
The symbols in Anon Resistance, that like when we made them, we tried to add more meaning to them. The icon I'm using for my profile picture has a fist. Like everybody knows that's all about resistance.
Right. I like it.
What me and Mark are trying to do is we're trying to bring Green Man and Guy Fawkes era together. We're trying to. That's what Anonymous Fight Back.
You mean like where the Green Mask got over the regular Guy Fawkes mask?
a collaboration of the both. Old flag meets new flag, and we form one big massive unity. That's what me.
There we go. See, that's what I'm talking about. The meaning behind the symbol means a lot.
But how do we reach people and get to people? Point where I think someone said is I don't know who it was that stated it, but that then teach us.
Right.
There are those of us out there who are willing to teach certain aspects. Obviously, not hacking Facebook and 4chan maybe, but but teaching ethics, teaching to breathe and step into situations when heated words might be said, or just walking away and saying, hey, you know what, we can disagree, I'm still your brother.
Yeah. Well,
I get all these kids that come up to me.
Was a lot of shit, and there's a lot of bad stuff sometimes. but I got a point about it. The other day I was on the thread, and it was Masky, and he goes, have religion. I said, no, mate, Anonymous doesn't have religion. We have no race. And he was like, oh, what do you want? Oh, I need you.
Yes.
Sammy was like, no, mate, this is why I pick on fake maskies. And then I saw his point of view. That he goes after.
Right. So I mean, and I'm not gonna. I prefer not really to talk about this particular person, but I think what we need to recognize and understand, and what Jay just said, is we can learn from everybody, even those we may not get along with.
Yeah, I'm saying Sammy has a valid point sometimes, and I go on with him the other day for the first time.
Another thing we gotta have, and I've talked about how my introduction to Anonymous was. I think it's who I am now, but I was in rehab, and I got hit up by this fucking weird profile operation. That was my introduction to Anonymous, not knowing a goddamn thing about any of this. We need to have more people. Yeah. It was a mass DDoS operation. I'm just like, sure, whatever. Fucking rehab. I don't give a fucking shit. They gave me my laptop back. I can do something. And and I was just like, we need to have more people reaching out. Like what the hell we're all about.
Yeah, I tell these kids, they come up to me, on the Facebook or whatever, and they're like, hey, can you teach me to hack? I want to learn how to hack Facebook. Can you teach me to be a hacker? And so,
can you hack my sister's account?
Right,
can you hack my Facebook?
Yeah. So anyway, I've come up with a cancer, and that is if you give me a one-page written report on why you believe in justice.
I'm laughing because I actually like that because I had no idea.
It works.
But
I've gotten a few people. I've gotten a few kids. Actually, they can write in their own language, and I do translator that you can, because you have to write something like that in your native language.
We actually have a pinned post on Anonymous Hacking School saying, like, if anyone asks for us to hack their sister's account or their family's account, we'll take their accounts.
Right.
But
I've actually had a few kids give me their reports. I have them in my email, and they're and I make them write a page. Like someone will send me like a half a page, I'll send it back. No,
I really like that though. I think that's a really great idea. Is something along those lines, or ask them why they, I don't want to say deserve, but that's really, I like that.
Yeah, well, it works. It weeds out the people that are just trying to. And I've had actually a couple kids write them up, like I said, and so I, kind of took one under my wing. I've been in jail for this bullshit I'm facing right now, but so they're kind of like wondering what's going on, and I really don't have too much time. I'm representing myself.
Well, that's never any fun, but but how do we, I think hack is one of the things. And not losing your temper with some of the younger, or the newer people. I don't even really like fags. At one time I tried to, I do on the IRC channels, I got laughed at because I tried to get rid of calling people fags, what it represents, but it didn't really go over well. But I think there's a point where we do have to practice kindness, even to those, because that's how we are going to learn and get the message out there about what, you know, an activist really is about. An activist, yeah, of course we're angry. There's no doubt about that. But at the same time, you know, that anger can be brought out through kindness and compassion and loving everyone regardless of race, race, color, creed, nationality, border, whatever. And that's one of the, I think, most difficult parts is, you know, getting people to understand and see that there, like as Jay was saying, there is no religion. If you believe in religion, that's cool. It doesn't mean you're not awake. You know, that makes you a better person, especially someone who said they were in rehab. I know you are now. In rehab, they teach you the spirituality, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. I believe there's like spiritual force and that, but I'm not sure if there's God and all that. I think it's too like good force and bad force.
Positive and negative, because good and bad to me is the butterfly effect. Is never, even though a good deed may appear good in the beginning, the effects it has are long term. And I used some person who got me in. For those who don't know, I was a therapist before I retired, and the young lady who got me into it, her parents were killed by a drunk driver when she was very young.
You're a CADC also?
No, actually, I have a master's study.
I just got my CADC and I threw that down the trash over relapse.
Hey, don't feel, man. Don't throw it away, man. You got it. You know what? You did it for the right reason. Get back into it. I actually, when I initially retired, I retired because 3 of my sponsees, they all OD'd in the same week and died on that fentanyl heroin crap going around.
Yeah, they hit my city too.
Yeah, and so it hit me hard, man, and I was like, I can't do this anymore. But then I realized that, you know what, I need to do this because it's what I love to do. But anyhow, that
George,
most people would say that.
Since this is our first time talking online, can you tell me your take on 9/11?
On 9/11?
Yeah.
I believe it was done by the U.S. government in order to create and hide money, more or less, and to go to war so that we would not have the Great Recession.
Me and Tyler always ask that question, do we, Tyler?
All right, guys, we got 15 minutes.
So for good and bad, and I suggest, even with my kids, I say, let's not use good and bad because I'll make this wrap it up real quick, Ed. She said, that could have been that was a bad situation. Her parents died. That was the immediate reaction. But sent then to like 3 doctorates, and she helps kids with drug and alcohol and sexual abuse every single day. She has saved millions of lives, thousands of lives because of a situation that occurred. So, it turned out to be a positive rather than a negative.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Well, it was excellent speaking with you all. Appreciate you letting me join.
That's cool, man. I'm sorry I get on so late.
Well, yeah. You can go over the.
I need a time machine. I need to be Illuminati. Travel from space and time.
Oh, speaking of Illuminati, I was me and a couple other nuns were trolling, and we ran across these guys. You ever heard of them, Illuminatium? It's all based off of a hoax.
No, man, it's a troll, isn't it?
Oh, no. So check it out. They wrote a fucking book, and somebody's making shitloads of money off of this fucking fake Illuminati book, and it was written for a 3rd grade level. It's double spaced, and it's 200 pages, and it's like you can literally read it in like less than an hour.
Oh my god. So they did troll the Illuminati. That's why they troll it. I'm right, right?
Oh, but here's the weird part. I was digging on this shit, and I don't know who fucking pumped out the video, but they were using an anonymous, the guy reading the teleprompt and shit, and they were saying that they were the fake Illuminati, and I'm like, okay, who made this video?
Well, I just want to say, I would like to say thank you for being on the show. Like I said, I know there was some tenants from some of you, and that's fine. You know, and I'm very humbled that you guys gave me a chance, and I hope I was able to, about what you guys are trying to accomplish. And
definitely, man.
I have, my allegiance is humanity. I don't pledge my allegiance to just 3%. I don't pledge my allegiance to Anonymous. I pledge my allegiance to humanity as a whole. And anyone with the same goal of fuck the system that I have, that's who I call my brother and my sister.
Yep.
Right on, brother.
So whoever voted me, allowed me to come on the show, I do appreciate that. And I hope you know that, and that we can continue to work together and grow together as an idea. Under the Anonymous moniker or not.
You could have come on again, didn't you, George?
Well, that's up to you guys. Like I said, I'm very humbled and honored that you guys gave me the opportunity to speak. And, my goal was to help you answer some questions on DAPL, and if there's definitely topics that I have knowledge of, then I'm always willing to participate.
Also, man, we'll definitely the anti-government stuff, man. That'll be brilliant. That'll be brilliant.
Well, I love you, Jay.
I love you too, man.
I'm grateful as well for everyone who listens to my crazy ideas.
That's cool.
Yeah, I'm saying. So, anyone that can listen, it's always a boon.
I just wish I really wish I get on earlier. Like I say, because I got family, and their feelings and stuff.
All right. Well, there's 12 left. Well, how you guys wrap up your show?
We usually the last 5 minutes we roll out with some sort of exit. Video.
All right, so 7 minutes.
Okay, so we're gonna fill these 7 minutes then. All right. Okay.
Yeah. Go on.
All right, here, check this out. So, I'm fighting my case and everything. So.
Oh, no. 12 minutes till the outro. Okay, so we got some more time.
Okay, so here, just check this out. Check out this injustice. Check out the injustice of the American system. Okay, this is what happened. So anyway, I go and I do my preliminary, and I didn't get my discovery on time. They give me 1 day to look over the discovery and to subpoena my witnesses and gather all my evidence to try to fight their evidence. They gave me 1 day, right? So that's an injustice. So, however, this is something very specific, which is the media discovery I never got. It's like the video of the event and everything, all the videos they have, and whatever media discovery they have. They did not give me that at all before the preliminary. So after the preliminary, the prosecutor mentions, oh, and by the way, the media is ready for you to, you can come to the 8th floor. So he tells the judge, the media is available for him to come as media discovery, right? And he has to give it to me. He has to give me the evidence that they have against me, that I can review it and study it, and so that I can refute it, correct? Right, it's called due process, right? They gotta give me time to do that. So anyway, so I go to the 8th floor, I go to the DA's office, right? And I say, yeah, I'm here for my media discovery. She says, okay, hold on, wait there for a while. So she hands me the packet, right? And it's got a bill on it. It's $60. What? I said, $60? I can't pay that. I'm not paying you for you to give me something that you have to give me. How are you going to charge me for that? That's ridiculous. You have to give it to me. I don't understand it. It doesn't make any sense. How is that justice? How is our system just that one aspect of the system?
Well, here's the deal: is that when you're dealing with the criminal justice system, everything results in a dispute. It's almost as though it's a deterrent from doing whatever you're supposed to be doing.
Right, but then you have to be able to defend yourself if you're accused, and so in order to defend yourself, you need to at least have the evidence. You need to know the hell they have. They said that you did it, so they have to give you the evidence per law. But they have to give it. So, but how are they going to charge you for it? If they have to, how are they going to charge you if you can't? I said I can't.
I've judged that several times. I cannot pay off this court fee.
Well, it's not a court fee; it's the evidence fee for the disc, for the media evidence. The disc, they want me to pay for them, not the cost of the disc. They're charging me a 6,000% markup on them. See, because the discs are what, 10 cents, you know?
Isn't, usually on any court form you can up, like, and I've dealt with this too. They have what's called, I don't know, you tell them that you're homeless and have the right income, and they'll make you file some forms, and then they'll usually, pretty much give it to you for free, but then you got to prove on paper. I remember getting into it once. It wasn't like an argument. We were just like talking back and forth. Like, how the hell am I supposed to prove that I'm fucking homeless? Like on paper, really?
Take pictures of your cardboard box.
Exactly.
All right. Well, yeah, it just doesn't make sense since they were supposed to. The judge said, they had to give it to me, and then they said, yeah, go ahead and it's ready for you on the 8th floor. And then I get up there, and then all of a sudden it's $60. I don't know. But to me, it's just like the system's stacked against me right now. The cards are not in my favor. And, they don't like when you go pro when you represent. They hate that.
Well, I can tell you one thing, brother. I think you're gonna win this one. I think you talked to me before about this. I told you once I was fighting a 13-year charge. I fought it to fucking hell, and pretty much got a slap on the wrist. I'm pretty sure you're gonna break through this one.
Well, I hope so. With the help of my brothers, I can do it. I know.
Yeah.
I can do anything.
I hope you do all right, man.
Yeah. Well, it's 20 years for anyone else. It would be 5 years. Yeah, it would be a year, 5 years. But because I have a record, they're tacking another 15 years. So it's gonna facing 20 years. Anyway, I don't get punished again for something I've already been punished for. How are they gonna quadruple punish me? I've already been punished for that stuff. Why? I don't understand.
Well, I know some judges look at your past profile and look at you as a repeat offender, and then they will enhance the charges, and then we're going to make an example of this one. Comes back, we can make it. We can tell them how bad she can get. You can use this as a demonstration case.
Yeah, but
I mean, example of him. Yeah, I agree with that.
I'm referring to so now a false accusation becomes 4 times worse. You see, and if it was a normal person that got falsely accused, they'd only be facing, but since record this false accusation is now quadrupling. So now I'm washed up for a false accusation. It's just the stakes are really high right now, and I'm stressed out. I did good today. I did really good. I went in there and I had to ask the question, 6 or 7 times sometimes, and kept getting objected and sustained. So I had to word the question in the exact proper way in order for them to have to answer. But eventually I got through. I got my questions answered.
You ever walk into the courtroom and you notice how they're doing like weird jargon and like you don't understand what the fuck that they're saying? And then you ask the judge to explain it to you, and you're like, you still don't understand? Oh my god.
They were patient.
And the wigs on the head. The wigs do it.
Anyway, so there'll be more about my case and the details of that. If anyone's interested, I'll have all the discovery uploaded here. I took time tonight. I wanted to meet you guys and get in on this discussion because I've listened to the panel shows, and I really dig what you guys have been saying. It's real shit. It's not some bullshit. I mean, I like to hear a lot of bullshit. You get on every discussion.
Guys, what's your take on? Have you heard about the Million Mask March this year? Is going to be. I searched for it, and they said it was going to be marching to the Rothschild's house.
I would pay to do that.
I'm going to that. Hell yeah.
Do they have a house? I'm sure it's more complex.
Well, out where I live, there is a Rothschild, investment company out here in downtown, and I was asking around, has anybody ever marched on this? And everybody's just there, dude.
I'm gonna print out some flyers for this TV. I want to do that.
All right, bro.
Yeah, I don't know if you know about we were speaking of this major conglomerate that's supporting the Dapple. So it's just building it. It's a major conglomerate of every bank there is.
I just seen the footage on TV now not on TV, on our show, because obviously I can't see on my phone, but right now they're playing live footage from Dapple, and it looks crazy, man. Everyone's rioting and stuff.
But I'll chime in on the Million Mask March. With the Million Mask March, I have I don't participate in person. I will promote it, and the reason being that I don't personally is I do believe we are setting ourselves up as targets to be corralled, to get information, and not enough people at the moment are educated enough on IMSIs and to block them. Everyone brings their cell phones, everyone's bringing pictures, and until we increase the knowledge on how to hide our identity while we're out,
they said it sounded a little bit off mic. Is that
like
right?
That, you know,
1 2
I
1 2.
think,
You got me now. Okay, cool.
You know, we need to educate people better on how to make sure that they're not there's stingrays and how to block stingrays.
Right.
Because you really are your cell phone is your identity, and most people don't know how to hide. We can, and so basically we need to educate people and not make it about.
Well, I've been to some protesters black bloc. I totally black out my face with masks and I'm all in black basically.
Why isn't there a website that would explain this? There should be a website that we have that just explains how to remain anonymous on the internet. It should be like no thing. There's no
You just run you just run multiple VPNs and mask yourself and don't put when you make a Facebook account. Don't use your email address that ties you to your real life identity.
Well, all that would be on the website. All the instructions. There'd be there should be a website out there that we send.
All right, then we'll do it. Me and Mark I'll get it on perp instructions. Is that what you want? Yeah.
Yes. Instructions. Exact instructions on how to be anonymous.
All right.
Not
George, you okay with that?
George? Oh yeah. No, if you guys, I put stuff on, even on how to block an IMSI. There are, there's apps out there that can block everything.
That should be on the site.
I think you had the app posted at one point, didn't you?
Yeah, and you can also use copper if you wrap your phone in copper. That will also stop the stingrays, at least the ones that we are aware of at the moment.
You can use aluminum foil if you ground it.
Right, correct. So there's a lot of techniques, and it's about educating people because anytime you associate with a movement or an idea or a collective, there's going to be a weak link. And when I say weak link, what I mean is someone who's going to talk. If someone is pinched, and corralled like the 212 people down at the DC March on the 19th of January, talk, and we have to be careful about who we do share information with, because you don't want to be like, oh, that's the person who recruited me, and you're like, whoa, wait up, and that's why it is very.
I have
important.
a message for that weak link, like the very people that you're talking about. I want you to think about this because it's going to happen. The very people they want you to give up are the ones that are fighting to get you out and to get you free.
All right, 1 minute, guys.
Great point.
Right, let's have a quick. Gabe brought up about the other day. What's your take on HARP? Do you think the snow in Idaho, like Gabe was trying to say, is being manufactured, like being genetized and that, or what's your take on that? On HARP?
I don't know if there's time to get into HARP right now, Jay.
No time.
Okay. Well, maybe we should wrap up with a conclusion of the Standing Rock, since that's kind of this whole how we started today. I don't know. Where conclusion on that? Maybe we should.
Well, I would for me, real quick, get out there and support it. Let people know. Start making people aware on your lunch. Put out flyers that just say no DAPL on it. Sidewalk chalk. If you're walking down the street, put no DAPL in the middle of the street.
That's what I've been doing.
Make people start thinking and looking, and help things trend.
Get these black armbands out there as well. It's a good idea.
Okay. Yeah. Black armbands. I like it too. I like it. With an 8-pointed star.
Shorty brought it, didn't he? Jordo brought it up. He said that we should all be wearing black armbands to support it.
I think so. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna start wearing one.
All right, guys. I guess we're saying goodbye.
Okay.
Yeah, we're rolling out with the outro.
Excellent.
Guys, we can still talk on you. It just means that the live feed is dying.
there is not going to be any recovery. This is not some long depression that we're someday going to pull out of. I think the next phase we're going to see after the next round of economic collapse is massive civil unrest, when employment checks stop being paid because the states have no money left.
And when things get so bad that people lose confidence in their elected leaders, they will demand change if we don't kill each other in the process or destroy the environment. I'm just afraid that we might get to the point of no return. And that bothers me no end. We do all we can to avoid that condition.
It's clear that we're on the verge of a great transition in human life.
That what we face now is this fundamental change of the life we've known over the last century.
There has to be a link between the economy and the resources of this planet, the resources being, of course, all animal and plant life, the health of the oceans and everything else. This is a monetary paradigm that will not let go until it's killed the last human being.
The in-group will do all it can to stay in power. And that's what you got to keep in mind. They'll use the Army and Navy and lies or whatever they have to use to keep in power. They're not about to give it up because they don't know of any other system that will perpetuate their kind.
Searching for the ghost of Tom Jones.